It begins. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Feedback Friday. It is indeed Art Edition. And I'm your host, Jacob. We're making art today. Um, so welcome to all of you. I don't know how long the stream's going to go today. Uh, we're working on an interesting challenge, though. It's an old demon that I've been meaning to face off against for many years. We are going to tackle reworking the hunter's horn, not recreating it as something completely different and new, but updating the very crunchy, very artifact-filled artwork that was created 14 years ago using very primitive animation methods in Photoshop, turned into a very gross and just crunchy, just bad animation. It certainly has done the job for people, though. But yeah, no, I plan on making it look a little nicer, a little cleaner, and giving it a little more capacity to do something potentially going forward. I'll leave it at that, though. Hello, everyone in the chat. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I'm disappointing those of you who are looking forward to harassing Dave. I know that there was a lot of chat about, oh, it's going to be Dave. We're going to talk about all the upcoming stuff and the craziness that's been going on in-game. If anyone hasn't been following recent events, we put out a news post about the upcoming well, I suppose that the wrap-up of the Jetstream event, but that came with a little mystery to solve. Also, getting the new map piece. Sorry, I'm still getting that coffee in my veins right now. Yeah, I don't know how much energy I have today. I will say very much that the MouseHunt community is incredible. And I thank you very much for figuring out the little riddle we had, because I was so like, well, I mean, a bunch of us devs were just like watching kind of the discussions in various places and kind of being very interested in seeing kind of how you all tackle the challenge, and just being fascinated by it is a lot of fun. There was definitely a lot less work completed than I probably should have done, because I was literally reading every single conversation that I could. But yeah, so I was just like, oh no, I am slotted for this Feedback Friday, and if they don't crack it by then, which I think they shall, because, you know, you guys are always very impressive and solve all the challenges. You always surprise us, by the way, with like anything we put out there, someone's gonna, you know, just totally blow our expectations out of the water. But I was a little bit kind of like, oh no, what if they don't kind of like find something by the time I'm doing stream? It is going to be a very interesting stream, because I am someone who is very apt to putting out spoilers unintentionally, and I know there would have been very pointed questions that I probably would have been like, oh yeah, I'll totally answer that, and then given something away. But you all managed, it would seem. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know about kind of like the mysterious mouse, I do encourage you to look into the news post. It certainly is not expected that one would discover the hidden mouse on their own and what all that entails. It definitely took quite an effort. Um, so, you know, if you can't kind of solve it by yourself, don't feel like you know, you failed at it. It certainly was anticipated to be a community effort, and boy howdy, it certainly was. One of the fascinating things, actually, there were a few. I might as well talk about the whole, you know, shebang. It was a lot of fun. Was just the awesome effort that like so many people put in. There was basically, if anyone wasn't aware, um, the Discord community at least kind of collaborated to generate a basically a spreadsheet of every single mouse in the game, because the idea is like there is a hidden mouse out there right now to find, and y'all were like running around checking mice off of the list and basically speed running all of the mice in MouseHunt, which was absolutely phenomenal to witness. Very, very impressed. Uh, much wow. Yeah. Honestly, the Discord is a pretty great community, and so it's one of the ones that I do enjoy, kind of just lurking in wherever I can. But yeah, a lot of community effort. Uh, I know that like every once in a while we like to kind of put together a puzzle for the community as a whole. Honestly, one of the biggest driving factors of the game from the get-go was the community. So anything we can do to kind of like give that opportunities to have a lot of extra kind of like unique fun to what this project is really something we love to do. Um, be it like a long time ago, we used to have kind of like these like running tournaments that kind of had a roster of mice that would change. We've done plenty of mysterious crafting kind of recipes that like the vaguest of hints would have been given, and you all just like brute force your way through to the kind of solutions, which is basically the only way to have done it. But having a community to work together allows for that to happen, which is amazing to see. And so I don't know, like personally, I'm re-energized about kind of the whole concept of like, oh man, like these like ARG puzzles are just so much fun. And I know in the past I've actually kind of come up with like literal puzzles where you have to kind of like know algorithms to solve things and put that out as kind of like clues and hints. So I don't know. I would love to kind of like have us do more similar kinds of things every so often, not too frequently, but not too infrequently if possible, because it's a lot of fun. And some of them can technically be a little lower scope to kind of create. It's not, we didn't need to draw up 5 mice and kind of like build a whole new mechanics system to kind of create this mini event. The challenge, of course, is that it does kind of like have a time limit for usefulness. Once it's solved, it's solved. But I think if we kind of like give a curious enough puzzle, then it can kind of keep people occupied. Although, yeah, for the most part, we do anticipate that like there is the likelihood that like the moment we put something out, it'll be solved. Just because with that many hunters all kind of working at it, someone's going to figure it out sooner or later. But yeah, thank you for cracking that wide open before I had to kind of go live and have who knows how many people just like waiting for me to give the next hint. I had some ideas on how to kind of like put something out there that might have been just subtle enough, but yeah, I was a bit worried about that. So but yeah, I'm glad a lot of people had a lot of fun with that. I hope a bunch of you enjoyed the Jetstream event. Thank you all, by the way, for all that feedback about kind of like, oh, cool, we just wrapped up the Jetstream event, which was a lot of the same hunting, and then kind of the immediate thing we were like, go do this now, you'll love it, was basically more of the same. So surprising we kind of overlooked that. It was kind of more on pen and paper. It made a lot of sense for kind of like new players later coming to the area, hunting through the quests, and then kind of like unlocking the folklore forest before they had to like 100% the floating islands. But yeah, we weren't really thinking in terms of like, oh yeah, that's going to come immediately after this event, so they might not enjoy doing that exact same thing. They've built up all these storm cells, maybe they would want to use them. So thank you for that. We were very happy to kind of like modify it so that it's like, oh wait, yeah, no, this also makes sense to be able to do it this way. So yeah, it was good suggestions there. Right. Yeah. All thanks to that one hunter who forgot to unequip the extra rich cloud curd at the Crystal Library. That is the case. There were, however, because I was watching every single uh, like piece of dialogue around it, there were actually quite a few different suggestions that were pointing in the right areas. There was people talking about like, oh, maybe you need a specific trap setup. Quite a bit of that. And some people even pointed to like, well, it could be extra rich, you know, or kind of like, oh, all this like enchanted pages. What if it's the Crystal Library? And so, you know, that I know that early on, uh, there were some kind of like comments about like, well, like it can't be the Bookborn. We already caught it. Crash that out. Why would that even make sense? Love that. Um, but yeah, no. So that was a lot of fun. Admittedly, yes, there were popcorn moments for sure. But yeah, it was really cool. Like a lot of the theories were really interesting. Um, some of the some of the ones that I really was amused by was kind of like, you know, leaning into the opulence of it and seeing some of the setups that some of you shared about just kind of like literally that is the most opulent trap setup I think you could possibly have. So well done. Yeah, that was great. Um, Thank you all for like, being a part of that, and just I want more of that. I think that's fantastic, and I'm glad it was fun for a lot of you. So I don't know, I'm gonna be cooking up something maybe in my noggin for the future. I would love to kind of like see more of that engagement. Anyways, we're here to do art. I just had to get that off my chest because boy, it was like I was like on the edge of my seat, kind of like talking with Dave and Norm, just like, oh, they found a thing, or like just so yeah, basically anticipating today. I was like, it was a bit intense. And so I actually probably didn't prepare exactly what I need to today. However, we're going to go for it anyways. So what we're going to be doing is, first off, we could take a look at the original Hunter's Horn animation and just kind of see what's up with that. So as you can see, it is very lovely, extremely beautiful, full of glorious perfection, and yeah, we can even kind of step through the animation frame by frame, and missing frame, that's good too. It's it's fine, right? It's okay. Uh, However, it does have its limitations. So if we were to actually remove the white backdrop, and maybe let's just put like a color behind that, you can kind of see where it breaks down. Now, this animation in game is an animated GIF. GIF, however people pronounce that. It is GIF, even though the creator of it says it's GIF. They're wrong. So you can see it's a little more crunchy looking than it probably should be. Now, it was designed to be animated on a white backdrop, so it's not really a huge issue in live right now. However, since we're cleaning up the look of it, I figure we probably don't want to use an animated GIF to do it because it's just not the prettiest. You can't get like an alpha transparency with this. It's either a pixel is on or off, right? So you don't get any kind of like nice feathered edges. So if we were to kind of put this on a backdrop that has any kind of color variance to it, it's going to look really gross. So that's one of the things I want to solve. So I've been talking with Andrew about how we want to potentially tackle this. And what we're looking at is basically creating a higher resolution transparent PNG, which has alpha channel stuff. So you can have kind of like some pixels that are only half transparent or opaque, and basically you wouldn't get any of that kind of like gross, crunchy edge there. Speaking of which, some of you were definitely pointing out on the map with the pre-release, there was kind of like this little light edge of pixels along the top of the Meriday region, and that is indeed because of a similar effect here. The transparency on those old files did not have a properly transparent edge. So the very top pixel would normally have been kind of like half transparent or whatever. For whatever reason, when I created those assets like back in 2011, whatever, those did not have proper aliasing on the edge. So when it got added to the current version of the map, which has kind of map like layered under it, there's now that kind of sand kind of cliff there. I had not anticipated that the pre-release would have the Meriday liberated map piece on top of that, because technically, so there are a lot of like different pieces to the whole like Twisted Gardens system, which I forgot about because we made it a while back. So there is the actual base version of the map where it is the kind of like sieged version of Meriday itself, where there's like this big crack. Actually, I could pull up the images because hey, you know, we're just gonna go on a ramble and rant today before actually challenging ourselves with the map or the horn. Because why not? I'm feeling nostalgic. Let's take a grand old look at. Ooh, I wonder if I have the unedited versions. Ooh, no, I don't. Okay. Well, is it actually easy for me to dig this up? Maybe it's not. Huh. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, so this is the kind of version that probably a lot of you are very familiar with. The base version of the map itself, before you've kind of unlocked, or rather repaired the area, actually has kind of like a big kind of crack in it here, and like the army is like right up against the building. And as you can see, this shape here, there was kind of like that trail there. This is an edited version of the original file where I actually literally trimmed off the top like 4 pixels and it got re-uploaded. But so there is the broken version, the sieged version, there's the liberated version, there's the twisted version, which, as you can see, this was edited to have the cliff face actually a part of the asset, so that's a nice inconsistency. But there is also this version, which I don't know exists in the actual game. I made this because that was kind of like supposed to be the state when you're actually hunting inside of, or it opens. Is this in the game? This is something that I wasn't sure about when I was kind of like talking with Giorgio. Inconsistency? Never. It does not. Yeah, it does not open. I didn't think so. But what's wild is there is like a completely different version. Like there's 5 different versions of how this map works. Because, I don't know, I was crazy when we were making this, but like the slice for this is like cut out like this. And I don't know, like those files exist or existed in the database, and they were just like, each one was like a different slice, and so none of them actually like overlay properly or easy to just swap out. So yeah, basically when the pre-release went live and I saw that there was that kind of like edge that was like just this white pixel, I was like, oh no. And Andrew and I were kind of running around trying to like solve that, and any like image swap we did, it would like move everything else because it's like such old and bad way that we did that back then. So it was a ride. It was pretty interesting. But we got that sorted. Also, thank you, Giorgio, for helping with that. Yeah, I was just going to joke that, like, you know, it was like the salt road to the salt mines if we weren't able to, like, fix that eventually, but we got it. Yeah. Oh, interesting. In regular Living Garden, it was this version, but at a certain point later, it only shows up as the twisted version, even if you are in the regular Living Garden. Really interesting. Yeah, that whole release was like a wild ride too. It was another kind of like big long build up with some mysteries. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, this one, I think the pre-release did have this properly used, but it was the liberated one that I didn't even realize was being used at all. I just assumed that the version that everyone has was just like the baked-in version in the base map art, and I completely forgot about this asset altogether. So that was a surprise when that came through. But yeah, what was I talking about before that? Yeah, deep dive into the art. We got a lot of like weird history. One of these days, I would love to just kind of like I've mentioned this before, but just like scan in some of my old MouseHunt drawings from literally the beginning of the game, where like I was actually pencil drawing and inking the characters and scanning them in at like insanely high resolutions to then paint them on the computer. So yeah, there's some like really interesting drawings in there, concepts like old map, weird gameplay ideas like a PvP mode, stuff like that. The dirigibles, all good times. But yeah, we're here to do the horn. So yeah, this has been something on my list of things to update for many millennia. So I think the way to start potentially is to just redraw kind of the asset. Like, look how kind of like weirdly wonky this thing is. But also, we're going to try to break it up into kind of like more useful pieces. So one of the things that I think would help, because from talking with Andrew, I can't hand animate this based on how we want it to kind of like work. One of the ways that we could have animated it was through SVG, which is like vector graphics, but I do not want to redraw this using vector art. It's not my forte. And then animating it would have been a pretty big pain as well. There are ways to animate a rastered image, like a PNG, but that requires kind of like having special kind of like systems plugged in, like Spine and stuff like that. That's something that we've kind of like talked about as a team before about kind of implementing in places, but it's not something we want to do right now. So what we're going to look to try doing is basically using CSS to do the animation. And Andrew's actually been doing a lot of CSS animations over the past few years. You've probably seen them a lot. A lot of events and HUDs have started to integrate them where there's kind of like things moving and squashing, and there's a little more juice to things. Sometimes it can be subtle and you don't even realize that's happening, but it does add a lot of life to the actual kind of just dynamics of things interacting. So what we're going to try and do is basically have kind of like the right squash, stretch, shearing, deformation to kind of like replicate the feeling of the original animation, but maybe take it up a notch. So one of the things I want to try doing is basically cutting out the ribbon portion from the horn itself, so that that could kind of like slide around. So like the horn can kind of do its like whoop whoop thing, and the kind of like banner can kind of like be a secondary animation to it. So kind of like move on a slight delay. So it's as if the horn itself is the kind of like the thing creating the force of movement, and then the ribbon or the banner or the whatever it would be called, that kind of like gets caught up in that movement, and kind of it might have a different style of animation, like maybe more shearing and transitions, like I don't know the terms for these things, but like movement, it might slide a little bit more. And another thing we want to explore, and this one's going to be an interesting one, is the actual horn moment in browser, at least. When you are sitting in a location and your horn is ready to go, so like this, you actually can't tell from a glance without kind of like there being an active area HUD, or reading the kind of card right here. You can't tell where you're hunting necessarily. And so that's not like the most horrible thing, but it's not ideal. The amusing and weird thing is when you actually are hunting in a location, not only does it show you a header illustration, which really spells out where you are, but then we also have like a thumbnail of the location and the name of the location. So it's like, now you know where you are, even though, you know, we're not obscuring it. However, right now, the time when you can take an action is when we obscure that information about where you would even be taking that hunt. So it's kind of backwards. So one of the things I would like to address is updating this kind of view to be more informative, as to kind of like, oh, hey, I can sound my horn, and I also know exactly where I'm hunting. Most locations, you're probably going to already know because, okay, you set yourself up there. Or also there is some kind of HUD to let you know, and that's usually the very strong indicator of where you are. But, you know, regardless, it could be quite nice to just kind of like have extra layers of reinforcement as to where you are. Plus, I believe one of the intentions is to potentially make the travel a little smoother. So when you like click to travel, instead of having to kind of exit out of the travel view, you actually kind of just like enter the camp from like clicking to travel. And so, you know, we were worried that there might be kind of like a little bit of confusion if, let's say, your horn was ready and you don't see that the header illustration changed to the new location. You might not get a good sense of feedback that like, oh, I moved to the new location properly. That was successful. Instead of just like the travel map closing out and feeling like it failed or something like that. So one of the ways we were considering that was actually kind of having there be a little bit of translucent backdrop, so you can actually see the environment that the horn is over top of. What happened to Giorgio's animated horn? So this is something we're toying with, and we're probably going to workshop it a bit to make sure that it still feels like the original horn properly. I don't want to lose that feeling behind it. And also, we want to let the player see where they're hunting, but also one of the things I want to make sure is that there's still enough of that like contrast for when the horn activates, like when it becomes ready, there is a strong kind of like contrast that it creates, right? It suddenly goes like bright white with the horn on it, and you notice that change, right? So I feel like that is important to maintain. So I'm thinking like just the subtlest idea of the background is fine, especially if we're reintroducing the kind of thumbnail for the area or like the title of the location. I think that should be strong enough. But that also means that we need to make sure that the horn can be transparent or can be on a background with some kind of like color to it, because as I've shown before, the current horn can't handle that. It looks real gross when you throw it on top of anything other than pure white. So yeah, it's not my best work. We'll just leave it at that. But yeah, so basically today we're gonna break it up into a few pieces. We're gonna do the actual horn, we're gonna do the banner. I might try playing around with the white behind it. I'm also considering putting a drop shadow behind the horn to kind of like pop it forward a bit more as well. And then there is also technically where are you? The tournament horn, which is actually, if people aren't familiar with doing tournaments, that actually does have a different look to it. In case you've never been in a tournament, let's see, where are you? That's probably not going to open there. Yeah, that's going to open Photoshop. Oh well. We'll just open this one. This one's a little cleaner, so that's nice. I suppose I could have opened the PSD. That might be useful, because I can probably pull that image over. Might be an idea. I probably should have also closed a bunch of stuff that I have running on my computer. Like, I think I have Unity running on a different kind of like desktop. So it's probably not good for my RAM. All right. So let's just take a quick look at the tournament horn. Oh my goodness. Photoshop also has just been really not happy with me. I cannot zoom in. Very good. All right, well, where's timeline? Oh, that's interesting. It seems like, oh, now I can zoom in. The bottom of like the actual tournament horn there, and like part of the horn is actually transparent. And like, well, I got to throw a background behind this just to take a look at how gnarly this is going to look. If I throw a color behind this, I'll go for a nice pink. Ooh, yeah. Not nice. So, that's what I'm up against. But not a big deal, because I'm actually going to just completely remake these assets. But as you can see, that is a different style of horn. And what would be kind of cool is kind of the potential of, if we create the CSS version of the animation, technically it wouldn't be too arduous to swap out assets within that. So, you know, instead of kind of like reanimating the original horn and the tournament horn, basically I should be able to just draw the base versions of those, and then the CSS, the like computer side of it, just animates whatever asset is plugged into it. And so, as some might have kind of imagined, maybe that means that other parts could be swapped, right? Could swap the actual music notes, make them a little more fun for like, you know, the tournament horn, or who knows? Yeah, so that's just a little bit of interesting food for thought, I suppose. You know, we do some cool stuff, and we can do cooler stuff going forward, especially with 4.0. One thing that comes to mind is there's things like trap skins. There is things like journal themes. Those are just interesting things. That's all I'll say. There we go. There's your Jacob says too much for the day. I had to do it, and you guys already solved the puzzle, so I couldn't do it with that. You're welcome, devs. You're probably, what are you saying? No. All right. So apparently I have already created some layers. Oh, that's interesting. What's that? Who even knows? I don't know. Created layers for kind of like recreating these. But I will let you know that this file is actually extremely old. And I know that because I made it a long time ago. Basically, this is actually the header illustration template file that has basically evolved over like a decade and some. It's kind of changed resolutions. It's been squashed. It's had layers added, removed. The color profile has been adjusted. All kinds of stuff has happened to this. But there was always a folder in it that was horns. And the file names for those was like Grandmaster Horn, Legendary Horn. You can kind of guess at like the original concept of what that was about was, there was this idea way back that we did not end up doing, obviously, where when you would reach a different rank, your horn would actually upgrade with it. So that would have been cool. We didn't end up doing that, which, especially with how we were creating the horns, thank goodness we didn't, because that would have actually been really difficult to do. But yeah, I don't know. It's a neat concept. We definitely didn't do that. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. Also, it's interesting. I am not one that knows how to use English very well. But like, go to live. It's kind of interesting that there is an apostrophe in the current version, not in that one. I don't know. English people who speak native English like me, but actually know how to do things with words. It's supposed to have the apostrophe, yeah. I'm putting my real IQ out there right now live, so welcome to the life of an artist. All right. So one thing that could be kind of cool is when I was talking to Andrew, he was saying like if you wanted to, you could create kind of keyframes of the animation so that he can try and kind of like use his CSS magic to match that. And I don't know if we want to do that, but we could technically. Let's see, frames. I do this? It's actually been a while since I've animated. New animations folder. That seems necessary. And I was actually like having a lot of fun in Clip Studio when I first got it, learning how to animate in it. Like frame by frame. It's very fun and actually really quite easy. Okay, new animation cell, that sounds right. No, I don't want another new animation folder. Okay. We're going to make this 10 frames because I think the original was 10 frames on loop. Oh, interesting. Okay. So these need to stretch. Okay, I'm going to recreate this. Playback time? Is that what? Ha! Yes, that is what I wanted. Okay. Sorry if I'm going to be all rambly. I'm kind of like literally trying to figure out how to animate in this. Not having done that in a while. Okay, so new animation folder, new cell animation. Okay, and then if I like, and then go to the next frame, but I create a new animation cell. Yes, okay, okay. And then these are hotkeys. Okay, so I'm starting to remember how to do this. Do we want to do some scribbly hand animation with someone who is not an animator, or do we want to actually render this thing out and make it look pretty? We can potentially do both. It might be better to start with one before the other. Ultimately, the hand animation that I do is probably going to look similar to a pile of garbage that is trying to emulate the original horn, which is a pile of garbage. So it'll be extra stinky pile of garbage because I don't know what I'm doing. Or if we start with re-rendering the horn, that should look lovely and be more beneficial in the long run, especially if I get it done today. Then Andrew can actually make it look nice in an animation. And if I still have the energy and we want to explore it, I could try to emulate some kind of faux animation of that. So, what do you guys think? Hot, stinky pile of garbage on garbage. Or maybe make nice art. Re-render, yeah. Very wise, Diamond Knight, thank you. I've also been completely ignoring the chat. I am so sorry. Yeah, old layouts. It is an old file. It actually, I don't know if it has it. I know that like I've updated the file over the years, but the buttons layout, I think somewhere in here I have like the OG buttons layout, which is kind of fun. No, it's probably gone. I probably deleted it to make space, make the file more efficient. Because some of these template files get pretty big and gross. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's like seen behind the actual wood frame, but there is often drawing behind it actually. Not all of them, but I think overall we actually. Okay, maybe not overall. Okay, well there's a little bit of overdrawing, which makes sense. What's that? Foreground, there we go. So, kind of curious to see what files are in here. These are pretty old ones. I suppose that I could turn off the Hunter's Horn because it's kind of blocking stuff. But yeah, as you can see, this is the actual header illustration template file. I tend to resave this file out as the actual illustration I'm working on, so it doesn't tend to have like newer illustrations so much. Yeah. I feel like some of these probably have like underdrawing. Oh, not that one. Interesting. Interesting. That one's an interesting one there too. Um, did this one ever get used? Don't think it did. Chocolate Factory, got some birthdays. It's very, very good jumps on that lad. Yeah. Now I'm just kind of like taking a walk through. Oh yeah, that was a fun one. I like that event where you had to like light up the tree, so it's like the mice destroyed everything, and then you save the day and blind everyone in the kingdom. Good times. Ooh, good times. Meadow? Yeah, that's probably the meadow. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Sorry, now I'm just like wandering through some old art because it's here. Yeah, I have a lot of layers still in this template file. That's wild. Normally I got rid of all these to kind of like make the file more efficient. But yeah. Yeah, we never, did we upload the new art for that? I don't know if we did. I think I've been sitting on some things for when we actually rework some areas. Ooh, the harbor. Definitely some old art, huh? Definitely some old art. That's fun. All right, well, we should probably focus. Something that I'm not good at today. I tell you what. All right, so sorry for anyone who's like not used to the art streams. This is basically how it goes. Um, hope you enjoy. Oh goodness. Okay. All right. So don't need this layer. Legendary horn. I am sorry. Um, brass color. I guess I'll just rename this to just horn. And then I'll create a new layer, which is banner, tassel, ribbon, banner. And then this is the text, I guess, but I'll probably recreate that, get the apostrophe back, and yeah, hello, hello. Let's see, should be an apostrophe, okay. Yeah, it belongs to, that's what I thought, because it's like a possessive thing, isn't it? Like, I always get confused. All right. Either way, the original does have that, so. We could also change the text if we want. We have a nice Bebas Nui. Probably not how you pronounce that at all. Not only can I not spell, I also can't pronounce stuff very well. So got a lot going. But yeah, we can kind of play around with the different font choices if we should desire. Give that a little fresh coat of paint. And let's see, we could, computer, it's getting a little chunky. Yeah, we could do a bunch of stuff, but I would say let's just start with recreating the basics. So I'm going to duplicate this, put it above the original, kind of like make it a bit translucent so I can kind of draw over top. I'm going to trace the horn to recreate it. So, okay, that's the text. Cool. All right. This is the layer I want to work on. Now I begin. So also this is the file's resolution is higher than the in-game. In-game, it's actually exported at 25% of the size. So this is how big it is when I export. This is how big the file actually is. So that means that I'm going to be rendering it at 4 times the size it's needed at, which is great, because then it's actually a high resolution asset, and I can use it for all kinds of stuff. So I'll try and keep the original coloring and all kinds of goodness. So right now I'm just going to kind of trace out the current shape of it, and we can kind of clean it up. Because I know that like here it like pinches in, right, and it like kind of arcs up, and it's just like a weird organic looking limb thing. I'm just like, this is not very good craftsmanship. Like the sound this thing probably actually makes is perhaps haunting. Maybe the mice are just deeply offended at the noise, and that's why they come out. What is all this racket? So I can use kind of like straight line tools here that I have. There's actually, let's see, like a curve tool where, no, that's not how you use that tool. First of all, I'm going to make the line width way smaller. You drag from one end to another, I guess. Okay, so we can't do it as one singular curve, which is fair. Hello, undo, there we go. But if we just take it to here, we could probably just get a nice clean line there. Maybe I'll thicken that a bit more. And actually, another tool that I could employ would actually be the symmetrical ruler. This is a cool thing. So if I draw a line here, I've now created a line of symmetry. So now, if the tool that I'm using has snapping enabled, enable snapping, it now interacts with rulers. So I can actually create nice consistent shape here. So that's quite handy, isn't it? And that way it'll actually be good and clean and symmetrical and proper. But it looks like some things aren't quite going to line up, so I might just erase. This is, let's just start over. It's getting a little sloppy. All right, so we'll start with a curve. There, I sound my horn. Ah, I gotta claim a king's reward. Boop. And resume the hunt and sound and caught a tiny dragonfly mouse. Whee. All right. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. I apologize. That is way too thick. Way too thick. Okay. Undo. Bring our line thickness down to like 2 pixels. That's better. Okay, so I would like the curve to be nice and smooth. I also want the actual ribbon portion to kind of like have enough of it being kind of like concentric or perpendicular that like if we were to just kind of slide it around, it will kind of slide nicely. So maybe that's okay. That I don't want. Okay. It's it's quite a bit more like it's quite wide here compared to down here. But based on how I draw the ribbon, it might not be too bad. So I think that works. And actually what we can do is kind of like scrunch up the horn. It's going to mirror that. Scrunch up the horn, kind of like, or the tassel here. So like the front doesn't shift around too much, but the back does, right? Does that make sense? I think that'll work. That'll look neat. All right. And then let's get the curve from here to here. And see if this will work. No, it's a bit tight. All right. I almost feel like it should be like even higher resolution, but I don't know, that should be okay. I mean, I do tend to create the assets at like 4 times the size, and that is usually plenty of resolution to work with. So I think we're good. But being able to like make this symmetrical should actually really make it feel like a much cleaner design. I just think it would look a little bit nicer if it was just a tad bit thicker here, because as I pointed out earlier, it definitely thins out a bit too much back there. That's not all the shape I wanted. Actually, I might just want to make this totally horizontal here, like so. Maybe. Okay, I think that might be okay. I don't know why, but I actually really like kind of hand drawing even like straight lines and just having a little bit of imperfection with them. At least when it comes to MouseHunt art, it just kind of, I guess that's just part of the aesthetic, is that things are close but not perfect. So having those like perfect curves is a good baseline to make it look clean and efficient, but then I just kind of come in and mess it up a little bit intentionally. Alright, so I just hand draw this shape. That might actually be the worst way to do it, because I want it to like be decently accurate. That's not at all the right tool. Okay, so I should probably actually use the ellipse tool for this. don't want it to rotate. And what's interesting is this, the flange. I don't know what this part of the trumpet, the horn, the opening. It's going to have a bit of material thickness to it. So creating the ellipse is a good start here, but I think I'm actually going to kind of like duplicate it and shift it just to kind of like give it some thickness. Because it's kind of like the metal. I want it to almost be kind of like folded in on itself. It's called the Newt Newt exit. Thank you. I should have known. Pengu taught me that, really. The Newt Newt. Yeah, what was I thinking? I knew that. Good old French educational television right there. All right. So the Newt Newt flanges out. It's going to have a little bit of thickness to it. And then these is, again, not that. Right. Got like a nice scary mouth going on. Okay. Again, this is just to kind of like give myself some anchors, some landmarks to kind of work off of. Okay, those ellipses don't feel the greatest. Maybe not terrible though. And I don't want it to be too different from the original. So I think I'm gonna work off of this because I have already changed the a fair amount of the kind of like overall profile of it. Like I've kind of like made the actual horn kind of like straighter and just kind of maintain a certain thickness to it. So that's a big deal. Just looking at this now, you can see just how kind of like wobbly and wonky it is, especially like right there. Okay, so that's a good start. The Newt Newt is kind of like, all right. I do actually think that having kind of like this flared out kind of like thicker edge will help it read better. So I think that will be good. And now we could do the actual kind of banner. We'll do above. And I guess we can just go black for that. Now this, I'm actually going to use the same ellipse here. Actually bring it over here. It's not too far off, so there's a little bit of kind of perspective at play, perhaps. Okay. Okay, so it's gonna sit on top, and I want enough thickness that like when it's animated, it's not gonna like slice through in a weird way. So that'll be kind of challenging. Like, I think the front can't really move. The bottom, I think, can kind of like swing back and forth, right? And I think this side can stretch in. But because of this flare out here, this part has to be effectively stationary. Because if I slide this, there's going to be like this weird kind of like gap happening. Because if I make this one layer and this slides out, there's going to be like this kind of like cut out area right here where there's just like this white space. And I don't know if we want to kind of like make this banner in two parts where there's like the behind ribbon, so this is behind the horn, and then the on top ribbon, so this is on top of the horn, and then they sandwich it so that if it does slide around, there wouldn't be weird kind of like cut out pixels there. But I think we can manage without doing that, so I think we should try for that first, because if this is indeed horizontal, then it should slide without any of that weird kind of pixel gap stuff. So I think that's what we want. Kind of thirsty today. All right. Oh, fun times with the internet today. Like a good portion of the team has no internet, unfortunately, because Canada has this like wild monopoly going on with like all of our phone and internet business. So there's like two big conglomerate companies that just own everything, and one of those two companies just like, I don't know what happened, but like all the services are down, so it's bad. So yeah, a lot of team members without the essential internet today, which is a big bummer. All right. So I kind of feel like I want that to like tilt down just a little. Does that seem interesting? Does that seem bad? One thing we could do also is kind of like consider moving the horn up slightly and like extending the banner down slightly, maybe, if we want it. I don't want to change it too much. You know, people are very uncomfortable with change, and I respect that. So, you know, I don't want to reinvent the horn whatsoever. You know, I want it to effectively for someone to kind of like return to the game and basically be like, did they do something? It seems exactly the same, but like it feels better. You know, like I want that to be the kind of result instead of like, what have they done? They ruined the horn. I can't play anymore. They ruined the horn for me. You know, not the goal. Just make it look nicer. Maybe give it future functionality possibilities. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Again, I apologize for like completely ignoring chat today. That is not something I want to be doing, but just been kind of bad at. I think maybe it's like I've read so much chat over the past few days that I'm like not reading now today, which is weird because I should be. All right, but it's also not flying by, so. Oh, all right. Yeah, exactly. That's a fair point. Assuming the horn won't get retouched for another 14 years, picking the best option is obviously the wise choice. You know, this is such an important thing to the game. that like I do need to treat it with as much respect as possible to make sure that, you know, I do it justice. So as much as I want to be able to be like, yeah, we're going to get it done today, I don't think that we want that necessarily. You know, I might be able to get kind of like the base version of this rendered out today, so that come Monday, Andrew can start kind of like working some animation stuff up to kind of get that ball rolling. But yeah, I don't think that we want to kind of necessarily rush this. We want it to be as good as it should be. That's the thing. So it's like, how can we improve this? You know, I do want it to look nicer too. Like I don't want to, like the original drawing was just kind of like really thrown together, nothing kind of really thought out very well. So it's like, should we maybe improve the banner, make that look a little nicer? Like what if it had kind of like just a little bit more of kind of like a nice kind of shape to it here, and this comes down a bit further so the text can kind of like have more breathing room. You know, it's like we have a king who has a kingdom just bloated with gold. You know, maybe we can kind of like afford to make the tools of the trade a little fancier. Turn it into a fable. How would you do that? What would you go about? How would you go about? Is probably the better way to say that. How would you go about doing that? All right. Let's see. So I don't know if people will go for that. It's kind of nicer, like it feels more castle and kind of like fun. Maybe I'll kind of flare that out just slightly here even. Oh, it's got more dynamic kind of angles. I like it better. Is that enough? No. Like I don't want people to be bothered by the new design, you know, if I like change it too much. It's kind of, I don't think it's quite the white mouse situation. Like I think people would be like happy that I'm just cleaning up this art. But if I change it too much, you know, that's too much. How dare you? I didn't ask for this, you know, kind of feeling behind it. So what I could do is, I think, okay, so I'm quite confident that the actual horn is going to just be a cleaner shape, nicer metal, shinier, prettier, better. So I can render that out right now and make that look much nicer. And I think that's a good start. And then I can throw the ribbon on top of that, and then we'll have that to kind of, we'll have the horn to work off of to like really make that nice. I think that is probably a good next step. So what I'll do is I'll take my accent brush, I'll go on a layer behind this, and it doesn't really matter the color, but I'll just grab this, I guess, because that's like the OG horn color. And I'm going to knock this down to about 30%. I'm going to actually hide the original drawing so I'm not distracted by it. And I'm going to use my accent brush with the, oh, what's going on? Wrong layer, that's what's going on. This, there we go. I just wanted the mirror painting going on so that this work is mirrored. actually really enjoy the mirror kind of tools in this program. There's actually like a whole bunch of potential with it where you can actually have more than one axis going on. Like when I'm working on like snowflakes and stuff, you can put like 3 lines down or 6 or however you want to create it, and it'll mirror them all kind of in such fantastic ways that, yeah, it's just a great thing that Photoshop does not have. So some of you might be like, Jacob seems to have a vendetta against Photoshop these days. I suppose I do. I don't know. I've had so much grief over the years with it that I'm just kind of sick of having to use it. I still do for many things like the map, because that file is just gigantic. I actually have to use the Photoshop to do it because the file does not at all want to even open in Clip Studio. It's just like invalid file type when I try and open it. Alas. All right. So there we have the silhouette of the hunter's horn, which I think is distinct enough. And that's an important element, is like, how well does this read as just a shape? I think that's better. I think it's cleaner, it's pretty obvious what's going on there. So we can do the same thing here now, where we just kind of grab that color, because that's kind of like the OG color, and put a layer behind this, knock that down to 30%, it already is. And this one I don't need the mirroring going on. And I might create a layer behind the horn just to kind of, maybe not. There's definitely going to be some very specific rules for how we can animate this when I'm kind of figuring it out with Andrew. It should be interesting and challenging. Just because, okay, for example, if I need these edges here to never kind of go too far left or right, because it kind of comes out to here, we need to like have the anchor point there probably. So having it kind of like squash in, but from this as the anchor point is an interesting challenge potentially. And then it also needs to be kind of like anchored to the horn itself, right? Because the horn itself is going to be kind of like squashing and stretching, and so the tassel needs to follow it. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a challenge, but I know Andrew's up for it. He is, don't want to run you over there, Wash. He's laying behind my chair. Andrew is very kind of like experienced with all these kind of like web animation tricks, so I'm sure that he'll be able to figure it out. But yeah, we've definitely made some pretty cool little kind of animations and stuff in the past. If any of you were there around for the 5th birthday, that was actually one of the first times that I remember Andrew was like starting to kind of like just mess around with this stuff. And he actually made like, let's say hi. He made like an animated kind of like, just, the cats have stolen his bed as always. We had like a Voltron style mech that like was fighting kind of the hunter and Yeah, it was cool. It was like a little kind of like there was just this slide kind of rocket punch style thing going on the HUD. It was cool. Um, yeah, so come a long way, but that was a really cool thing that like we were just like, hey, we could do this, couldn't we? And then just cracked it out, and it was so worth it. Yeah, so I expect more of that kind of craziness, you know, especially with like 4.0. You know, it's something that we're kind of figuring out, and uh, it's just going to open up so much cool potential for doing extra stuff. You know, really kind of evolving what's possible. Because honestly, unfortunately, a lot of the existing architecture uh, has limitations due to how it was created, and we can't kind of undermine that without rebuilding a lot of the systems, because some of them are, well, a number of them are actually like as old as time itself. No, not quite. But yeah, definitely some kind of challenges, and you know, to rebuild those things. Well, you know what? We're planning on rebuilding kind of like everything, to just make it way more efficient, way better at doing, you know, whatever we need it to, and more modular, so we can kind of like create all kinds of new cool stuff. Um, so that's a thing. I'm sure you all know or have heard enough about it. But yeah, more cool stuff. We'll be doing it. Yeah, one of the things that like we always kind of like are like, oh, man, is like tournaments. You know, and we'll potentially be working on the tournament horn today. But that is like one of those systems that like there's so much that can be done with it, but not until we rebuild it, and it's not worth rebuilding it on the current platform because it's a lot harder to rebuild something like that on the current platform as is. And if we're making a new platform that's just going to make it so much easier to do all this stuff, unfortunately, that means that those things need to sit and wait until the platform is more ready for them. However, with the new potential, you know, infrastructure with 4.0, that also means when we do finally get to actually tackle those, they'll actually come together much more effectively. So yeah, no, exactly. 4.0, it's the dream, but it is actually like there is stuff. Um, Devs are kind of like engineering things. It's certainly not anytime soon, not at all, but things are being figured out, and it's real cool. All right, get that down a little. So what do we think? Do we think that the kind of like flanged like is a good thing? I kind of like it. It might be a bit much. People are going to be like, "What have you done?" So I don't know. I think people will hate it. We'll see. We'll see. Uh, if people hate it, I'll be like, well, yeah, that's mean. I was gonna be like, well, I guess you should have been a part of Feedback Friday and helped influence the design live, you know, like, but not everyone can kind of be here. It is a very specific time window, and not everyone knows that by joining in Feedback Friday, you actually get to help design and create stuff. So with the people who are here, now you get to be at fault for if people hate the new design. Just need to correct the text. We could do that too, because basically I will be effectively able to bake the text into that asset, and that means that when it's animated, it will deform with it. So yeah, I think just a little bit of a curve. Now, that is one thing that Clip Studio does not have on Photoshop, is text manipulation is not nearly as strong. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can kind of like give that text just a little bit of a curve. We can also play with different fonts as well. But let's not worry about just like that just yet. I want to kind of give a little bit of kind of metallic render to this now. So, now these colors for the original are actually quite muted and like, meh. But they are what's familiar to the hunter, so I can't stray very far from it. So I'll use it as a starting point. So I'm going to create a clipping mask on that. And I suppose that it honestly wouldn't be a bad idea to just kind of like copy over as much of the original as I can. So I almost wonder if I should just do this. Now what I've done is actually copied that image into a layer above and clipped it. You can kind of see what's going on there. So this is now clipped to the new horn, right? So I might as well start with this and then just kind of make it prettier. So that's not too bad to do. Get rid of the sketch there. First of all, this does need to kind of like become more concentric. So I'm actually going to lower the front end needed to kind of come down a little bit, while the back was where it needed to be. Okay. And now I don't want it to influence me too much because I actually don't like the shape of the front as much. So let's see, how's the best way to do this? Just kind of paint over with an actual color, not white. I can kind of like give myself a hint about what colors go where in the original, but actually remap it how it should be. Or hopefully where it should be. So I'm going to give it a little more saturation to the color too. Kind of give it interesting. I know what's going on. Still have my my hotkey override running for when I'm using Photoshop. Normally I have my blend brush like on a specific hotkey, but I can't use that same hotkey in Photoshop because of kind of like its archaic rules about you're not allowed to use certain character keyboard buttons as hotkeys for no good reason. So I had to override that, so I could just have the same familiar hotkeys in Photoshop that I do in Clip Studio, but that also means that it actually disables my hotkeys in Clip Studio, so I need to turn that off when I'm not using Photoshop. So I think I'll actually knock that down, so I only have a slight hint. And now this is a bit weird. I think kind of trying to stay true to the original is going to make it kind of like an interesting challenge. So I think I just need to take my influence from it and not like go too true to the original, and just kind of like let my better judgment kind of take the horn where I think it actually should go. So what we can do is we can use a bit of color dodge to kind of like bring a more metallic kind of glint and shimmer to the actual horn itself. So honestly, the best way to do that might actually be to do something more like that. Yeah. All right. So we're going to keep the light kind of coming from above, which is pretty fair. And in the original, it kind of goes more to just like a pure white, but I actually want it to be more metallic feeling. So instead of having like a pure white reflection in like a large portion of it, I actually want it to kind of like have it absorb a lot of the wavelength and only kind of like reflect the metallics of it. Now, like at very specific points, we can go pure white, where the basically the photons are just kind of like just at that angle, bouncing off it, where it's not being absorbed. So we're going to get kind of like a more pure reflection. And then because we have kind of like reflected kind of environment in it, it's less kind of the matte kind of like shading on the metal surface and more kind of like it reflecting its environment. We're going to have kind of, you know, like the ground sort of reflected on here, and then to kind of like create a bit of a nice environment, we can kind of like have almost the skyline on the side of this. Right, it's a perspective thing of like, well, how are we looking at this? What is the environment like? That is actually the trick with metals, like at least really shiny metals, is it's half knowing kind of like, okay, well, what is this metal kind of like going to try to reflect, but also like, what is the environment that this is supposed to be inside of? That's a big deal. So, you know, we could kind of imagine that there's this landscape behind us and above and below, and that's what's going to be reflected on the horn. Technically, like this angle right here is like straight above the horn, like directly above it, if you're looking at kind of like the 45-degree angle, because if you like take a billiard ball and you shoot it and hit this point, like the 45-degree angle right there, it would shoot straight up. And so light is bouncing around and doing that exact same thing. So if there's the light source exactly above it, that's right where you're going to get the highlight, right? So if it's dead noon, you know, the sun is directly above, that kind of thing. So if you're right at the edges of the surface, because it's curving away, you're actually going to be like picking up stuff back here, further behind the object, still up in the sky though. So that's just kind of like how I like to think about reflective surfaces. I've painted a lot of chrome in my time, so yeah, good stuff to know. But yeah, another thing is like, you know, it's almost like you could paint a landscape in a very limited color range, in a very limited palette. So like the actual kind of like brass, you know, like a brass landscape. You take a picture and you put a brass filter over the whole thing. And then you basically, because it's like a tube, it's kind of wrapped around it and like compressed. So like if you go to like a fun house of mirrors, you know how it like squashes and stretches this is doing the same thing. This is going to be like kind of, you know, a mirror that is curving. So everything's going to be like super squashed along the horizontal, right? So this could be like the castle. It'd be like just this flat thing with like a little turret there and a little turret there, but it's like super wide kind of thing, right? So that's just like horizontally, it's as if the image is unchanged. Vertically, it's completely squashed. So that's why you get these kinds of kind of bands of extreme colors on like objects like this, because they're actually just reflecting the environment, and that environment is extremely distorted. So there you go. That's That's how to do metal reflections. Yeah. It's interesting, fun stuff. Yeah, so I do want to kind of recapture the original in ways, you know, but I just want it to look a lot nicer. So we're gonna kind of bring more of that like bright, pardon me, shine to it, and I think the environment reflection could ease up a bit here. Honestly, I'm just gonna merge these together. I don't think I want very much of it to be like a pure white. Like it'd be as if it's like there is the actual sun right there in that reflection. You know, that's kind of more what would create that pure white. And in fact, I think I want to kind of just lighten up the saturation of kind of like the reflected sky, perhaps. You know, I should actually have like a brass horn as reference. That might be nice to, because there's just like a lot of subtleties and color variations you can do. You can kind of tarnish it just a little bit. The doot can kind of be handled to be kind of quite thin, but like flare out suddenly, like very kind of like the curve going kind of like gradual, and then whoop, like suddenly. Because like a lot of horns do have that going on. And then kind of like making this doot kind of I want that more saturated. A bit thinner. I don't want it to be like a really thick kind of frame now that I'm looking at it with some more references. So we thin that just a little more. And also the inside of the horn, if we have it kind of reflecting in on itself, you actually get like nice saturation to the color because it's like bouncing its own colors back and forth. So that can lead to some very nice rich color in that way. And also what's interesting is, you know, you have like, this should be clipped. You have this like convex reflection, but then here you have like a concave reflection. It's actually going to be inverted. So we're going to be getting kind of like the reflection on the bottom side here, and on the top side here we're getting this bottom reflection from the other side. So there's kind of a lot of interesting stuff to kind of figure out and try to keep track of, I guess. I suppose that can just merge down there. It's going to be a little bit kind of sloppy until it all comes together in the end, I think. That's just going to be how I tackle this one, I think. Because I'm kind of experimenting, I'm kind of cautious, I'm kind of trying to be bold. So it's just a little all over the place initially. So we'll see what happens. I'm not worried at all. I think it's going to be great. Everyone will love this and it will be perfect. Don't worry. No one will notice that it's changed completely. But I do want to get more of that kind of like interesting kind of wobbly reflection. I think it looks neat as a drawing. Having kind of like a nice crisp edge to this could be useful. That's the spirit. Wonderful moral support. I do appreciate. All right. I'm actually just going to turn that sketch off. I want to see it with kind of like how it should be viewed. So the underside, I can kind of like mumble and ramble to myself. I think that will help. That's usually how I get my best art, is just kind of mumbling at myself and being very cryptic and hard to understand. It's usually how the best art streams go, I think. The less people understand what's actually happening, the better my art becomes. I don't know. Probably not. Hopefully not. I do actually want it to be like a time where people can ask questions and like learn stuff. Because honestly, I actually do try to use my time when I'm creating art to learn new things, try things, challenge myself. And for whatever reason, I actually enjoy doing that live, where it's got the most chance of just getting real messy and wrong. Much like Pangu and its education on learning what a doot-doot is, I watched a lot of Magic School Bus and other Television Ontario broadcasting, if anyone's familiar, where I learned how to get messy, make mistakes, because that's how you learn. I forget the whole quote. I'm sorry, Miss Frizzle. Yeah. And also Art Attack. We also talked about that last stream, I believe. Neil Buchanan. Neil Big Cannon. Buchanan. Buchanan. Again, pronunciation is not my forte. Matt knows. All right. Yeah. Buchanan. 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 I think a good portion of one of the art streams was just like trying to pronounce Yangao, which is like the Lunar New Year cheese that we made quite some time back. Buchanan. 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 All right. I highly suspect that that stream where I learned how to pronounce the cheese name, it was probably just kind of like, good enough, sure. That's somewhat like it just barely sounds like it, so it's fine. You're good now. All right, so we are coming up on 1 o'clock already. Wow. I have rambled a lot today. But we'll take our lunch at 1, and we'll come back. I have some Larry link for after lunch, and I think this will come together relatively quickly now that I'm starting to kind of like get a feel for it. Like I was fumbling in the dark for a while, I admit. It wasn't quite feeling right, but I feel like I'm starting to kind of like get a grasp on it. I'm kind of like, you know, like, yeah, the old horn is fine, but look how like muted and kind of like ugh, it feels. Like I'm just gonna give it more vitality, more life, more just character and dynamic kind of quality to it. So I think I can release that need to kind of like, no, it's got to be the same, and just make it what it should be. I think that will be the way to go, and embracing that will definitely allow this to go a lot smoother. So we'll do that. I think it will be better for it. And point taken about kind of like, yeah, you know, it took 14 years to update this asset. It could be another 14 years before we do it again. So let's do it right, you know. Like I actually have kind of like, this is kind of like a one of the projects that has a looser timeline. There's not like a set kind of like, oh, we need it delivered by this date, like when we're working on an area, right? We need to have kind of like deadlines for those projects so we know kind of like, okay, cool, we can release it at this point. This update is more kind of like, you know, I'd really like to update this, make that look nicer and cleaner, and just, you know, what that entails. And you know, we actually have some spare cycles. Like obviously the folklore forest has been wrapped up art-wise, so we just kind of have a little bit of free time, which is rare, to kind of like tackle some back burner type tasks. So this is one of those. Yeah, and there's like all kinds of interesting reflections that I could probably try to figure out with this horn, the inside of the horn, because you kind of get like a little bit of the inside reflecting off of it, but in interesting ways. I don't know how I want to tackle that just yet. Like if it's really well polished and the angles are just right, you might get a little bit of kind of almost not kaleidoscopic, but almost that feeling. Where things can kind of like reflect reflections. But all the more reason to get like extra saturated when that happens. I actually made a saturation brush that just kind of like is used to kind of like push and pull saturation, because I realized that that's actually kind of a nice thing to be able to do. So yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to take a 2-minute bio break, so I'll be right back. Sorry. Drank a lot of coffee and water before the stream. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. Oh, you know, I really was kind of like hoping there was a way to hand animate it in place. Technically there is, but it would mean that I'd have to hand animate any kind of like the tournament horn. It would also be, no, it wouldn't work. Darn. Yeah, because if we have that kind of like translucency thing going for the background, which I think is something we want to explore, would not work. But yeah, it would have been neat, because what I literally would have done would have been to kind of like, as it kind of like stretches out and like deforms, like the reflections would change, and like that's super not necessary, but that's a very Jacob thing to do, to like animate the reflections and stuff. And like back when I really wanted to kind of tackle this, I was kind of reading some books on animation itself, like the kind of, what are they called? They were like put out by kind of like people that worked at Disney and stuff. Drawn to Life, very good series of books for that. But they go into kind of like principles behind classical animation and how to bring things to life. And so kind of like looking at, you know, the very limited animations that I've done, I was like, I really want to improve that. So the Hunter's Horn, of course, was kind of like the animation that is like everybody, like so many people have seen this so many times, and it's just the worst thing ever. That, you know, the number of uses this animation gets, it's like it would be absolutely worth it to kind of like go all out and just like make it like so cool and learn about how to do crazy things with, you know, animation and that kind of stuff. But yeah, thinking about it, it's just like there's not really a proper way to do it with how it needs to work. As much as I would love to, I just don't think that there's a viable way to do it with what we're looking for. And then again, like if we were to do things in the future with kind of like the potential of kind of, you know, new horn designs and stuff like that, it does mean that like every single kind of, you know, it limits how many we could, you know, introduce. Like if we had like, you know, a different kind of, not tournament, but like something else that had like an alternate horn skin, that kind of thing, you know. It would require reanimating that, and that's just not gonna let us do a lot, right? If it requires something like that. So it's a bad idea. There are other things that I could try and learn animation for to kind of do that kind of cool thing. Does not need to be this tool. Plus, it's literally like the shortest animation ever. It's just like, so it should stay simple and clean and effective and modular. I didn't confirm nothing, Tim. You heard nothing. Who would do that? Not me. I would never. Heard nothing. All right. So I'm thinking for now that's looking all right. I think I'll lighten that up a bit there. Um, there's still kind of the exterior of the horn body that I want to kind of like adjust a little. I think it's a little bit kind of like dark. And I want more kind of like rich colors going on. The shadow, I think I could blend a bit because I like the idea of kind of like the tree line or the horizon line being the thing that has like more definition here, and then can kind of bleed into the ground because that's kind of what you'll get with reflections a lot of the time. So that feels a little more natural already. And because we're kind of like starting to reflect below and behind the horn itself, we could kind of maybe desaturate and lighten up just a little that very edge. Also, with kind of like angles on surfaces, very extreme angles can kind of get a little bit extra reflective just because of kind of the Fresnel situation. Just how light can kind of like scatter off of it, bounce off a surface. At least that's how I tend to treat these surfaces, is like the very edges of things can kind of catch a little bit extra bounce light, a little bit extra reflection going on. Pretty sure that's a thing. You know, if I'm wrong, sue me. Or don't, because I'm probably wrong. I don't want to get sued. Alright. Just a little more punch of color here and there. That's a lot. Okay, so compared to the original, that is way juicier. Much nicer. Feels a lot more lively. And then, yeah, when we come back, we can kind of start to tackle the actual banner on it. Shouldn't be too hard. Maybe give that a little more richness too. Would be nice. But yeah, again, I don't want to change it too much, but I really do want to update the look of it because it looks so garbage. Sorry to say, those who love this old thing, you know, it's a classic. Actually, I'm going to leave this up just so I can kind of like remind myself just how much I'm improving it. So there we go. Be like old, new, much nicer. All right. So it is now 1 o'clock. I'm going to go on lunch for an hour, and I'll put up a timer so that we know whence I shall return, and we'll continue. I'm quite curious what the time lapse is going to look like. I don't actually know, so let's see. Okay, it is just the horn. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was like header illustration stuff in this file already. That would have been quite curious to see. All right, so we can just pop that up just so that there's something viewing. And yeah, we'll be back at 2. Until then, adieu. Put it at 59. Yeah, there we go. All right, see you in an hour. Hello, and we're back. Welcome back. All right, so where we left off, we basically done a first pass at the brass. Let me grab a Larry link for you all. Yeah, click it, make sure it works, of course. Very important. All right. Pow. A gift from Larry. Flame gift. Add it to your inventory. I like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to continue working on the banner portion. And then with the banner portion, I'll be able to kind of like do a little bit of reflections inside, well, like with the banner being reflected, I would say. I don't think I'll deal with the text necessarily today, because I kind of maybe, if we have time, want to just mock up kind of like, this is how I think the animation could look. There will still be like the music notes and stuff like that. I don't know if we want to do that on stream. I don't think they'll be too interesting. But yeah, I think we'll just kind of work on this tapestry and see what we do next. I imagine kind of rendering this and then rendering the reflection of the tapestry onto the horn, which should actually be pretty interesting. If I do this specifically on a layer below, let's just really quickly mock this up. We'll just use the same colors for now. Like that kind of thing real quick. Now, if I have a layer below, and this is kind of simulating a bit of the reflection of the banner, right? Something, maybe I'll even make it brighter so it's more obvious. Let's just say that. Now, if we combine all this, just do it all as one. Nope, I don't want to do that. Do all these and come down here. All right. So if I do all of that and then folder, and then I transform this, it can kind of like slide a bit, but like see how the reflection is kind of sticking with. It kind of makes it feel a little bit more dynamic if I do that. It's maybe not the most noticeable thing. To me, it's like Jacob level detail stuff, so I'm down. And then we can also do a little bit of skew. Will this let me do it? Yeah, so I kind of want to like have a little bit of that, like flapping. And I'm pretty sure we can do that in CSS. It's just got to be careful about where that anchor point pivots, because like see if it goes far enough, it's gonna kind of like break the pixels there. So it needs to like not really deform that part. So that should be interesting though. I'm pretty sure we can get something working where it kind of like flows a little, like maybe even slicing it halfway down and just having the bottom half sheer. Because actually when you do some animation stuff, you actually can almost treat it like a link of chains, where you like move the top one first, and then the ones kind of connected to that remain stationary until like the next frame, right? That creates this kind of like lag that travels down. And so if it's sliced up into a few kind of horizontal pieces, we could kind of create that like fabric flow out of like probably 3 slices. So the top doesn't need to kind of like sheer. The middle can kind of have a little bit of it, and the bottom can have like the most. You know, I think that could look cool. So mess around, see what that looks like. It might be really complicated to do well. So maybe we won't go that route, but it'd be fun to experiment. But yeah, so basically if I have the reflection as actually a part of the tapestry, the banner, the whatever, then it'll kind of like look more natural, I guess. Wavy motion, that's the one. Got the doot doot, the wavy motion. We know all the terminologies. Yeah, exactly, like a flag where, yeah, like it propagates from kind of like one side to the other. It literally waves, a wave passes through it. So I think we could do something like that. Again, it's like a super short animation. So, you know, we don't want to extend it to this like, whoa, it's so glorious and dynamic and it takes like 30 seconds to do the animation. It's literally just going to be like the doot, doot kind of shortness, right? But with a little more kind of quality to it. Yeah. Okay, so I think that'll be a cool way to handle that. Now for the actual banner dealio, we have this kind of like lined tapestry type thing, and I think it would probably be best to keep the general color scheme of it, just because that's what people will be expecting to see. But I'm wondering how we want to just kind of make that look a little nicer. I'm thinking, can always just start and see where that ends up. So right now we have kind of like this kind of muted blue-ish, but it also goes to like this warmer kind of purpley pink midway through. And I kind of think that like just a little more warmth around the horn itself, it would go nicely. So I'm thinking we're gonna do this kind of like design. Can start by at least blocking it in and then easily adjust the colors as we go. Because this is on its own layer, so I can just change the color. Have a little kind of gradient to it. Like we could kind of like give it a little bit of almost like a metallic thread to it. Now I am going to clean up that blocked in shadow that I started with, just as the example. It's just not very clean. And also the way that I have it kind of like poised on top, it's kind of got like a nice thickness to it. So I might actually get rid of kind of like these really sharp corners and kind of give the material a bit of bulkiness to it. I don't know if that is a good idea, but I feel like that makes sense if I have the have it kind of like sitting on top with that much kind of, you know, rise on it. I did that partially just so that it's easier to line up stuff for the animation, but I might thin it out a bit. Yeah. No, that's just how it goes often. Chat does kind of just go quiet. It's okay. I will still ramble regardless. Yeah, I think there was kind of a bit of a expectation that today's stream would be more related to kind of all the recent events and new area and stuff. But next week, we'll definitely have Dave in the hot seat and a little bit more of that going on. So if anyone's looking forward to that. It was just more kind of ideal for me to take this week than next week. So that's how we ended up going. So So hopefully not too many people were disappointed by seeing me. I know some people were, because they were looking forward to picking Dave's brain. But alas, one of the many lessons of MouseHunt's wisdom is patience. Yeah, definitely some pretty awesome stuff coming up. I'm super looking forward to it. Well, you can't type with your mouth full. That's right, Diamond. Yeah. I don't know if you were able to have alternate looking horns, what would you like to see? What would be kind of like a cool version, and like where would you get that? Like what would it do? Not do, because I don't think there would be any kind of like functionality behind it. Like technically the hunter's horn, like the tourney horn, is kind of like only for when you're in a tournament and stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of curious if people have like some kind of idea about like what could look neat. Oh yeah, yeah. I caught up on the chat because I actually was really bad at like reading it this morning. But happy birthday, Matt! Happy birthday. Um, hmm. Do you have any plans? Any cake? Any prezzies? Larry gave you a birthday gift. Happy birthday from Larry. Yeah, region themes, clouds for the rift. That'd be fun. Yeah, like Fiery Warpath, having the horn be all battered and war torn. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yeah. Yeah, so like would you want that to be like something it just changes when you go to those locations, or would it be more like a journal theme where you like have to earn it and then you can equip it wherever you like kind of situation? I don't know if we ever were to kind of like go exploring that idea, that kind of concept. I feel like that's one of the ultimate above and beyond kind of challenges, right? Would be to kind of like have a custom hunter's horn or something crazy like that. You didn't hear from me, by the way. There is no video proof at all of me talking about such concepts. Nope. This was not Jacob. I would never would I incept such concepts into anywhere. I don't know if I like the top ribbon so much, or the trim border line, whatnot. Technically, the original does not have that either. Yeah. Yeah, I think the text would look nice if it was kind of a bit distorted at the ends, kind of like curved a bit. I think that I actually maybe want to thin this just a little bit. You can almost kind of treat it like a line weight in a drawing. I don't do a lot of line art, actually. It's one of my, like, I respect someone who can do good line art, but I am very not good at it. It is something I definitely struggle with. But one of the things that really good artists that can do really good line work know how to do well is kind of like varying the line weight. And that can kind of like just give so much character and life to anything that they draw. It's really cool stuff. So kind of thinking maybe like horizontal lines are maybe a bit thinner than vertical ones. Or maybe it's just more like a weighted thing. The lines closer to the bottom just have a bit more kind of weight on them. Oh, interesting. Having it be like a journal theme unlocked by the number of mice caught in that area, like an upgraded crowns reward. That's an interesting concept. So yeah, like some are like, oh, you got to get these specific drops and buy this piece here, or like complete the the event and kind of get all the perks and stuff. Yeah, kind of like a proof of kind of your capabilities. You've silvered or bronze crowned every single mouse, silver crowned, gold, whatever, in that region or something ridiculous. Probably not that, but that's an interesting way to kind of like poise that. And I don't know, like it'd be kind of neat if not all, if we let's say had a few of these, not all of them had the exact same way of being earned or whatnot. Because one thing about it is the hunter's horn isn't one of those things that you get to kind of show to other people, right? Like the journal theme does, because if you visit someone else's profile, you get to see their journal, right? But you don't get to see their hunter's horn, I don't think. Pretty sure you don't. Plus, it only shows up briefly if they're active, right? So it's kind of more for your own personal kind of enjoyment, which is fine. I think a lot of things in a game can do that. Certainly nothing wrong with kind of like customizing your own personal kit just for yourself. I mean, how many RPGs exist that are completely single player and you have a lot of customization options, so certainly not a reason to not do something cool like this. Just trying to figure out what I want to do to balance this out. Double maze puzzle? That sounds cool. Is it a maze within a maze made of wood? Remind me of Zokor from the Labyrinth. Fascinating. That does sound neat. I might check that out later. I do enjoy a good puzzle. I know that Giorgio got really into Rubik's Cubes, and he's got a pretty cool selection. I got to visit with him recently, and he was kind of showing what he's got, because I only have like the simple kind of original Rubik's Cube, and we've both been kind of like getting into it and solving them, and he's got like a really nice kind of speed cube that like Oh, it's like, it moves real nice. And I was trying it out, but I'm used to like my clunky Rubik's Cube, which like if things aren't lined up perfectly, it binds and stuff like that, and you have to kind of use like a certain level of force to kind of do your moves. So when I was trying that cube, it just like I would do a movement and then I'd end up moving like 3 things at once because it's just so much slicker. And then he had like how many sides was on that thing? But it's like instead of 4 sides to a face, it had 5 sides to a face. And that was pretty cool. I didn't end up finishing that one because we were only visiting for a little bit. But yeah. 2-cog mechanism, turn one and turns the other. Move one ball, shifts the other. Ooh, interesting. That sounds neat. I'm too curious. I have to look it up now. So some pretty nice gifts. Double maze game. The longer you hunted a region. That could be interesting. Yeah, it like transforms the horn over time. Would it like reset if you traveled? That would feel bad though, you know, because if you're like, oh, I finally got it to look cool like this thing, and then, you know, if you traveled away and it like changed and then you couldn't get it back. I feel like it would be more like if you hunt in like that region long enough, then you unlock that look. Oh no, it resets if you catch any mouse somewhere else. Oh man. Like if it did do that, it would have to be something you could unlock pretty quickly, right? Because I don't want to force people to hunt in only one spot. Nothing in the lore says we only have one horn, right? I guess yeah. Like when you think about it, what happens when you enter a tournament? Does your horn transform? I mean, a lot of stuff in the game is like magical in nature, right? There are a lot of kind of like magically enchanted, enhanced artifacts or whatever. Maybe it is your singular horn that transforms into the tournament horn, or you have a separate horn just for that. Yeah, what do you guys think the actual reasoning is behind all that then? I guess I would assume it's probably a different horn, right? Like I'm definitely down with the magical transformation stuff. That's pretty MouseHunt adjacent. You know, like we have a lot of whimsical nonsense. So that doesn't seem out of place at all. That like you have your personal hunter's horn and it just like transforms or something. Works for me. But yeah, like I don't know, like because I could create it where the banner itself is swappable. You know, like there could be the concept of having the ability to like customize it, right? Like you could take a banner from one version and, you know, put it on a different horn, etc. Not saying that's a thing, just saying that that's an idea, right? Kind of like the dirigible cosmetics, you know? Maybe that. Update the turning horn to make it sound slightly different. Ah. So that way the teammates and the tourney only listens to that tune. That's why you go on hunts together. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, no, the tourney horn, it does have different rules. You're right. So it is like a different horn. It's like only those horns are allowed to be linked together, and it kind of excludes the other ones very intentionally. So that's a very, very interesting point about that. I like that. But yeah, it's fun. The concept of it being that it like puts out a different sound, and that's how they kind of like link together, right? Like that is another thing that like I've never really stopped to kind of like really think about is like when someone kind of sounds their horn and takes you on a hunt, does that mean that like your horn kind of magically is activated, or is it just that like you were close enough to that person having sounded their horn that a mouse also was kind of brought into your kind of setup, right? It's interesting stuff. I am going to not that. Okay. And that. All right. I just figure I'm actually going to put this on the layer above, so it's easy to adjust. Yeah, I like that idea of the actual sound it creates is kind of like a way that they connect together. That's cool. Pretty neat. Yeah, you're close enough to rush to your setup. Ah, thinking of horns as an alert to other hunters out there to check their traps as well. Ceremonial and useful. We ain't selfless. Yeah, no, I mean that's like there's so many kind of like weird, totally obscure and undefined concepts in the game that like everyone can kind of like have their own interpretations of these kind of like elements, and you know maybe we will reveal like more specific kind of like realities behind things eventually. Um, but yeah, I mean that's fun to kind of have theories as to how things are. Because if we're being honest, a lot of games and mechanics that exist in said games, not all games, but quite a few, have kind of like elements of kind of mechanical convenience where the the like systems work the way they do because it was just kind of like good for the experience, good for the gameplay design, and the logic behind how that actually connects and works is kind of like put to the side and not necessarily, you know, explicitly stated. This is why it works the way it does. This is how a hunter's horn works. What it's actually doing. You know, like when you're playing a game, you kind of have the suspension of, you know, belief that they're just kind of that's just how this world is, and it is a good way to be able to kind of like play a game too, right? You just kind of go with it, and it can kind of like create its own rules that, you know, are just how things are, and it's kind of cool. Like, I don't know, if you actually try to analyze like what is Mario doing, and kind of like what just kind of how does this actually make any kind of logical sense? Like, yeah, that's just wasted effort, you know. Yeah, no, the fun thing is though is also like when a, a thing's been kind of around for, let's say, you know, like a good amount of time, and it has those weird unknowns, the things that are just accepted, um, but like at the same time there is something really behind it. there is kind of like a real kind of like idea that already exists, like, you know, what exactly are the Goombas? Where did they come from? What is, like, why does Mario, know how to jump on them and crawl through pipes and all kinds of fun stuff? Um, but like the hunter's horn, like, what is it really, and kind of like how does it really work? Like, such things are very interesting and kind of, they're fun things to kind of explore and perhaps explore in the future. I don't know. Lots to think about. Most interesting. Yeah. So. Yeah, I think I'll go with kind of like a warmer, like I also like that kind of sandy gold textury kind of quality to it. And I don't want it to look too different anyways, so I am going to kind of bring that quality into it for sure. I could do that right now. It might actually help me with kind of like figuring out how to balance this all. So if I just kind of start with a bit of a kind of gradient going on. And part of the question I could kind of work off of with this is like, well, what is the material texture? Like if it's like a heavy kind of almost quilted type thing, I could get like really kind of crunchy texture, which the original kind of does have this kind of like lumpiness to it. And if we're gonna go with this being so thick, I kind of think that that would make sense if it kind of has that like very thick weave to it, so it could get kind of, like where the light is kind of like raking across, you could get some nice kind of texture going on. And it does kind of imply that it has that kind of stuff. I think I'll actually warm it up even more. And you know what? Because it's almost like required at this point, I gotta figure out a way to get triangles in here. Those are big triangles. So just kind of little color splash there. But yeah, start with that, and then I think we'll kind of add a little bit more shadow to it. It's a little muddy now. Glowing? It could. I mean, we can basically be like, it's magical. Could just give it a glow if we wanted. All right. Another thing about putting this kind of like ribbon, banner, whatnot reflection on the horn itself is if there was this concept of swapping the banner thing, it would kind of carry its color with it. Now, the difficulty is if, let's say, I wanted, like, I drew this banner to be on this brass horn, so it's kind of got this kind of warmth and, orange, brown kind of colors in it naturally. If I threw it on top of a silver horn or like, you know, like some other metal or plastic or whatever, right? Those colors might not play correctly. So that's something to consider as well. If there is any of that kind of interaction, need to kind of consider what that means. It could be just kind of like highlights and shadows are a reflection. That way it shouldn't matter too hard. But definitely would need to kind of like think about what that would look like. If the animation of the banner isn't too extreme, it shouldn't be hard to kind of just like leave it baked in, and that's an option. So I don't know, something to figure out though. It shouldn't be too hard though. Um, oh no. What if the horn changed based on how many hunters were in the same region as you? Always wanted to know how many people I take on a hunt with me. This could be a cool way to show that. Yeah, I don't know. That could be like if it's almost like when you go to sound it, it looks different, and it's like you know that that's going to take a whole bunch of people on the hunt with you. That'd be kind of cool. It might be confusing if it's like frequently changing though. Yeah, it certainly is a unique concept though. I hadn't thought of anything like that. Curious. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Well, at least now the travel map has kind of like a neat indicator to kind of like give you a concept of like how many friends are in the region with you, which is kind of nice. It was really interesting seeing that during the whole kind of pre-release, just seeing like so many people traveling around, kind of trying to get stuff in all kinds of different regions. It's pretty cool. Oof, it is warm in my apartment. I feel like the AC just isn't turning on. Just like many people who don't have internet today. When I took Wash Out during lunch, I ran into a neighbor who was just like in a daze almost because she didn't have internet. It's just like, what do I do? So lost, confused. Um, that would have been real unfortunate if I got knocked out though, because the stream kind of needs internet. It's kind of the big important part of being able to run a stream, you know? So I'm very glad that I guess the issues with the Canadian monopoly on phone and internet service providers did not affect me today. But boy, that is just not a great way to run things, huh? Just like there are like two conglomerates that basically we are required to work through. So one of those two going down, kind of an issue. Kind of a very big bad thing. Not great. Also, it means that our bills are ridiculous because they have no proper competition. They just kind of like feed off each other and make us, you know, subservient to them. And it's basically a requirement of modern living, so what can we do? Not awesome. Yeah, even if Dave had been scheduled to do Feedback Friday, I think he was actually. Let's see. No, he actually, I think he is good. He might not be on Roger's internet. Yeah. Yeah, I know Lauren and like Norm and Liz, Franco, a bunch of other people, they're all offline because of it. Not great. Alright. Sorry, I was supposed to be working on the ribbon. Yeah, I'm gonna warm it more. Let's see, just gonna do a color brush pass on that. That's a bit reddish. So I want to give it like a nice subtlety to its gradient, but like have some texture to the fabric, right? So if we kind of cool it off in the shadows here, we'll have kind of like where it is kind of like pinched in, be more kind of shaded. And then the actual kind of like underside of it and folded edge here. Now the purple is a bit much. That's too much. Something like that might be alright. I suppose with a fabric, I don't want the like shadows to get too dark unless we're like really occluding the light, like kind of deeply tucked in here. In fact, I'm going to lighten up kind of like a decent amount of that. So I feel like in general you're not going to get like ultra deep shadows unless it's like right where things overlap. Yeah. Maybe we can keep it deep and dark there. That's fine. There we go. I'll lighten that up too. Ooh, computer's thinking. I think after knocking these shadows in, I'm going to give a manual save because I actually don't remember the last time I had done that. We don't want any crashes here. Losing all of our hard work. Not a fun day for technology, if that's were to happen. Alright, so I do have proper filing for that, so I'm just going to save as regular, and we are saved. Okay, so I think, yeah, getting like some of this kind of texture on it would be nice. And I like the idea of it kind of being like a nice, warm, sunny yellow kind of going on. So I'll lighten that up more. It really needs to go quite bright. Okay. I'm going to back off from that. And, you know, like, I need to also consider, like, it's effectively going to be at this scale. So I want it to read. You know, all that detail is great. It looks nice up close, but, like, it needs to actually be effective. You know, it needs to kind of look good at proper size. So I think I'm going to clean up a bit of that kind of greeble along the horn stem there, and kind of make sure that the edges of things are just kind of like a little bit thicker so they read better. Why would you hate to say it? I'm trying to make this horn look better. See, my biggest fear is that by changing this, it's going to be like so drastically different feeling that it'll make people uncomfortable, right? Like, there was one stream where I brought up the white mouse on screen and I was going to clean it up, make it so there wasn't really the artifacts that exist on it, mainly for printing purposes, because we were putting it on some merch. Um, hard to admit. No, and I get that. I totally respect that. Actually, like I'm not joking when I honestly know that that is a hard thing. Like I want to respect that that is honestly a difficult thing for people. Literally, that is not a small amount of time that you've been hunting with the same horn, right? So even a single pixel difference would actually be weird feeling. Like you would notice it even if you don't notice it. So, I want to make sure that it is going to do justice for the dramatic change that it will be for people. So, it's very important to me that like I don't squander kind of like making this look right. Um, Part of why I'm doing this on Feedback Friday is to kind of like make sure that you all, the community that are, hanging out with me, can give me feedback and be like, I don't like it. Like I don't think that it feels like the Hunter's Horn, or, like give suggestions on what you think would look nice, or, any kind of direction. I am totally open. Now that doesn't mean I'm going to make it purple with, a bow tie or whatever. Because I know some people in the chat would be like, well, just make it purple though. Have you thought about making it purple? If you make it purple though, and I do try to do that where it is feasible. Purple is a great color. However, yeah, I want to make sure that everybody, as much as possible, is going to like the new horn and not feel like it's a betrayal of some kind, because that can feel that way. It's an old friend, right? And I want it to be the same friend. It's just they're in high res now, and it's a good thing. Some video games that like get remade, people hate it, even though the graphics are like those are really good graphics. The original's not as good, but like there's so much nostalgia potential, um, and yeah, so it is definitely something I'm kind of like in full consideration of, and you know we'll do what we can to make sure that it is a good transition. Um, yeah, like I'm not saying that we're gonna like have legacy versions of it at all, because that is something I cannot promise. That would take extra coding and design and all kinds of stuff, and eventually we are moving to a platform where that won't really kind of like necessarily work how we've made it work for like legacy heads up display stuff like that. I don't know. I know nothing about that stuff. Um, but like maybe if that is a difficult transition, then that is a way to kind of consider looking at it as like, could they have like the old crunchy horn as an option? Like if it is a case where we can literally like swap out parts and just like here's the CSS. I could literally upload this version, the original version of the Hunter's Horn, in the same format, and then Andrew could just like plug it in as one of the kind of like the configurations of it, I guess. It might not work exactly though, because like I might have moved where the ribbon is, the dimensions might be a little different. It should probably have room for interpretation depending on what the configuration is like. Like maybe the tournament horn is going to have like a more frilled out banner that is wider and stuff, so it would need to like accommodate for that potential. What if like there was a bugle? Like, is that possible? I don't know. Yeah, it's important to me, very important to me, that people like the new version. So it's very important as well to like really see it as it's going to be perceived at size, because this is going to be going every day, all day. Tens of thousands of hunters are going to see it, so it's got to be pretty perfect. Yeah, that's the thing about it, isn't it? So I'm trying to like get where I can for the stream's sake, but I'm also definitely gonna kind of like assess as I go and probably like come back to it with kind of like as much input as I can. Yeah. do we need to spend 14 minutes and 59 seconds after each horn to maintain it? It's always so shiny. That's a fair point. Like, I think that kind of like giving it just a little bit of tarnish isn't a bad thing, right? Like, I feel like the tournament horn is, yeah, that is like a finely polished. You like, you know, you keep that in like a perfectly kind of, you know, environmentally sealed case until it is time for your tournament, and give it a nice kind of wax polish or whatnot, you know, before the tournament begins, and you know, between catches for luck, you buff it out and stuff. So that one I think can be like pristinely perfect. The traditional hunter's horn I've always imagined is a little bit dinged up, especially back when I was working off of the concept that the very first horn that I drew was actually going to be like your intermediate kind of like beginner's hunter's horn. And we just never kind of got around to kind of like ranking up that kind of idea. It was just a lot more complex than originally the concept called for, and it would have been way harder to do. So yeah, the original hunter's horn's gonna look a little bit tarnished compared to this current version, probably. Although, in the original, it's actually more shiny looking. Like, we have more specular reflection coming off of it. And, you know, if it has a lot of use, it might be, like, tarnished in some spots, but in other spots it's probably going to be very polished because your hand oils are always kind of, like, buffing it out or something. I don't know. I'm not an instrument person, so I would assume that could be a thing, though. Yeah, I imagine that, you know, all the hunters take a little bit of pride in their work, so they make sure their horn is not covered in dirt and or, you know, muck, because that probably would affect the sound quality too. And being made of a nice, you know, enchanted metal, I don't know, it would naturally have some ability to keep itself in good working order and condition. Perhaps just a concept, you know? It's fun to kind of like theorize why, how, you know? But it certainly isn't a requirement to make sure there's always an answer to everything, right? But it is fun when we come up with them. Do I blast that? Maybe not right there. I just kind of am trying to account for it at size and make sure that there's a nice clarity to it. I think there's a bit too much shadow on the lower portion, in fact. Just kind of trying to balance out colors and values and contrast, and you know, I don't want it to pop because it's got to have that good, like, oh, the horn's ready. You know, like, you got to be able to see it out of the corner of your eye when it changes, when it activates. And like, another thing is like, if we do have that slight translucency, it does kind of affect how much that can pop, right? So that is definitely a factor to kind of like have, got to consider for that, right? So will that have enough contrast? Is it going to need kind of like a little bit of a drop shadow? Is it going to need almost like a nice kind of pure white glow behind it? Now, when it's animating, it's going to draw the eye much better, right? No issue there. But when it's ready, that's the thing. Like, I want that to like signal to you, like, come and click me, right? And my one concern about kind of like having a little bit of the background peek through is that it can kind of take away from that kind of like that signal that flashes that like, hey, your horn is now ready. It like goes from like a a illustration to just like pure white with this horn sitting on top of it. It's very obvious. So yeah, something to figure out anyways. How will the hunter's horn work in space? That's a great question. I don't know yet. We'll have to solve that eventually, though. You know we got to go to space. How does it work under the water? I mean, you have your oxygen canisters. You're in a sub there. So I would imagine, at least in space, you may sound the horn inside of your spaceship or suit or whatever. However, yeah, like, does the sound wave propagate in a vacuum? No, it wouldn't. But if they are magical in nature, then maybe that is a thing. Like, magic is, this kind of thing that just, like, perhaps is another dimension that permeates things. So the kind of, like, void of vacuum might not interfere with kind of, like, the tendrils of magic or whatever, right? So that's a curious one, though. Yeah. If you were in a tournament in space, could you send each other on hunts? Good questions. But again, that video game logic of like the things don't really need to make a whole lot of sense as long as the mechanics are fun and good and interesting. And you can kind of just excuse that, like, yeah, when Mario steps on a mushroom, he grows twice his size. And a flower lets him shoot fire. Yeah. Why not? Like, you can come up with explanations for that, and that totally is cool. I think that's fun to do. But at the same time, you don't actually need that to enjoy the game, right? You don't need to know why that works the way it does. It's just a fun mechanic, isn't it? So, yeah. A mental horn. Yeah. Telekinetic, psychic horn. I mean, there is the Aether Mouse, was it? Let's see. Because I was looking through the Crystal Library stuff recently for unknown reasons. Let's see. Pulled into our reality, or almost. Yeah. That's pretty unknown anyways. But, like, I feel like that mouse would be psychic, if any, right? Unknown. Yeah. Who would know anything about anything in this game? Not me. It's all weird, and I don't get anything that's going on in this crazy world. I have nothing to do with it. You believe me? Definitely not mysterious reasons at all. No. It's totally normal, good, fun stuff. Nothing to see here, folks. Okay, so what was I doing? Interesting. Could make the tint fade as the horn is pressed, making the background appear. I think it's more that, like, when you come to the page and the horn is actively ready for you, we do want you to be able to, like, see what region you are in. I think what it could be is, like, when the horn is first signaling that it's ready, it could go pure white and then fade to kind of like 80%, 60%, whatever we kind of decide looks best. But, like, let's say I have MouseHunt open in a window and I'm looking in another window. As soon as the horn becomes ready, currently there's this kind of like bright, kind of like almost flash of like contrast change where the horn suddenly is available and like that background goes pure white. If it did do that the same, but then it kind of like gently faded out, I think it would accomplish that effect that I personally worry would disappear, where you might miss that it has shifted into ready mode, right? So I think that's important to kind of like keep, and I'll talk with Andrew about how we can kind of accomplish that and try some different things. Because ultimately, like, I like the idea of being able to see the environment, but if it affects how your hunting works, if it like hurts your ability to just kind of like know when the horn's ready, I don't think it's worth it personally. But again, like, this is all stuff we're not doing right now. We're experimenting, we're exploring, and we're just looking to make improvements on a system that is ancient, right? There's a lot of things we are able to improve, and some more readily than others. And this is one that we're kind of thinking might have some legs to kind of address at the moment. So I hope that we can kind of like come up with a good way to really improve that experience. So I think next part for this would actually be to address this kind of trim. I don't know. There we go. There's that purple. It's not necessarily looking to do purple, but you know what? Sometimes it's got a certain royal quality to it, and this horn is kind of like the one you are given from, you know, the king to go on this royal quest, right? So I'm thinking that isn't a bad color to go with. Maybe I'll go a little bit more red and warm and pink at the very, very bottom, just so there's a little more kind of interesting range of color to kind of just like, ooh, that looks kind of pretty. Yeah. Epic. That's what I'm hoping for. You know, I want it to feel epic. I'm worried that this text isn't ideal. You know, I think at the exact size it's going to be at, it could get a little bit hard to read. I'm going to play with different fonts. I'm going to probably try and go to the original font for this horn. For, you know, the tournament horn, probably try and keep that similar. If we end up doing future stuff, maybe there's like an alien language that could say Hunter's Horn on it. I don't know. All interesting mysteries to solve in the future, though. Very interesting future mysteries. I'm going to turn this off for a second just to make sure that I'm not kind of leaving weird kind of artifacts below where the ribbon kind of crosses over, right? All right. So again, it's like subtle detail stuff, but I like to make sure that I still kind of like tackle as much as I can in the design, so long as it's not going to hurt the final product, you know? Like, if I have this kind of going on a, you know, neutral background that's kind of like that bright, I need to make sure that it's going to read properly with the right contrast, right? So being able to check the grayscale is important. Not every backdrop is going to have the same kind of like shades behind it, right? But if we have kind of like this white overlay that kind of knocks the background back by a certain percentage, then we know at least it's not going to be darker than, you know, whatever. So yeah, I just kind of got to figure out where does the brights and darks need to be to kind of make sure this stands out no matter what, right? Do I do a drop shadow to help with that? Does that make it worse? Should the kind of like area behind the horn just be pure white, kind of like softly fading out? Would that interfere with your ability to see what location you're in? All kinds of interesting questions. It's like now it's kind of like, oh, maybe that horn is not in a good position, right? Like if the ribbon is going to be that close to the border of the buttons, I don't think I like that. Right? It's too close. Do I need to shrink the horn to make that fit nicer? Right? See how much that's changed, right? That's pretty different feeling. That is the challenge, right? I think that I do want to actually shorten the ribbon because this feels like it's more balanced in that space. With the buttons existing, it's like, oh, that's like touching it or not touching it. It's just about touching it, and that's like the worst place for it to be. Either it's like properly overlapped or far enough away that it's not feeling like it's right on the edge, but there's like this just kind of tangent where they intersect. That doesn't sit well with me. The original has a little more contrast along the top kind of like edge of it, and that also kind of helps with the contrast to pop it out, right? And this, it kind of blends into a more muted background. Because some backgrounds are going to go like nearly pure white behind it, and some will be this kind of like hazy gray. I'm thinking that having that dark edge is going to be a more guaranteed contrast than a pure bright edge. So that is also going to probably change. And then also like the ribbon itself, I can almost assume that most locations are going to have kind of like this neutral kind of medium gray, kind of not gray, but like the value will be kind of like around this range, because a lot of header illustrations along the bottom of it, it tends to be a bit darker. And so if the hunter's horn ribbon is kind of like a similar value, that's also going to kind of like be an issue potentially. So I might darken the ribbon overall, just to make sure that that is a darker kind of contrast than the background, instead of ending up being very similar. Because right now, in the original, there is kind of like a certain amount of contrast, where because it's always on pure white, the ribbon is kind of like a bit darker and kind of like it all stands out, it reads. But here it kind of does start to bleed together, and things, like if you squint, things kind of, you know, they start to kind of, you know, blend together, and that is not a good thing for what we need this to do. So that right there has helped identify kind of like a few pitfalls with this current design that I feel exist. So the very top edge of the metal, I think I need to kind of like give it that like sharp contrast, that dark edge, to kind of just like pop that out. I would even consider having kind of like a little bit of a glow behind it that's artificially added to this panel, instead of a drop shadow, having a glow. could actually make that look even nicer and feel more reminiscent of the original horn. I think if I go darker with the horn ribbon, at least for this design, and kind of like pull those edges of the tassel up just a bit so it's not touching, that will clean it up as well. Also, the text can pop even nicer. Yeah, all right, I have some ideas. Now, one of the nice things about it being kind of like a white overlay on the background is it kind of really desaturates a lot of the kind of the the scenery there. And this horn is very saturated, so it is actually still going to have that pop. The color pop will be nice and noticeable for a lot of people, but not everyone has full ability to appreciate all colors. So I definitely don't want it to rely on kind of like saturations and colors, because ultimately the actual kind of grayscale value structure is the most powerful contrast that you can use, and reliable. All right, so I'm going to create a new clipping mask layer. This is on top of the horn here, and it is going to just kind of create that crisp edge. I'm actually going to hide the banner there. Now, I don't want it to feel like an outline because I don't tend to go for outlines in the artwork anywhere. There was a time when we did have some things that used outlines more than others, and I've tried to kind of remove that where I can in the game. It doesn't quite fit the general aesthetic of MouseHunt. So I don't want this to feel like an outline. I just want it to kind of have a cleaner, crisper edge that reads well. Now, that does read a bit stronger. Might have to make sure it's thick enough in a few places to make sure that when it's kind of crushed down, the pixel information exists. Because that when you're working at 4 times the size, it basically has to take an average between pixels to kind of like output an image at, the compressed resolution. Like when you shrink it down, what happens to all those extra pixels? They kind of merge together. So if you have kind of like a detail that is only like a single pixel, it's just going to kind of blend in with the surrounding pixels and possibly disappear. So just to kind of like make sure that that edge feels appropriate, I'm going to give a little bit more of this kind of edge to other areas that are reflecting a similar space. Okay. And it is starting to feel like an outline, so I might kind of ease up on it in spots where I'm less worried about it disappearing. So that's not terrible. Right. So with color, it's looking fine. I think that that's okay. At size, honestly, I might bring in that kind of bright white edge just so that there is even more of that pop. Like I want a lot of contrast on the horn. Perhaps more than it should have, TBH. But let's actually kind of modify this banner just to kind of darken it overall and see what that does. So multiply, put that higher up, darken. Ooh, overlay is kind of neat. It's not as easy to read. Okay, so I think multiply is usually a very safe layer effect to kind of use for combining things. So that's going to feel very different with the banner being that kind of dark. So I'm not sure I'm into that. If I look at this, I might just try and match kind of like the value difference here. So like this is pure white, and this is kind of like 20% darker, maybe 15% darker than the surrounding background. So if that is kind of on the darker side, could be looking at something a little more like that. That's too much. Maybe yay. Yeah, those edges are going to have to come away from the buttons, unfortunately. It's just too close. Just too close. Best way to do that. Thankfully, with Clip Studio, I can kind of just edit entire groups of layers at the same time. Thank you, Beep. Yeah. Can I liquefy? No, I can't liquefy everything at once. Okay, I could do a selection like so, and then just kind of do that. It's not a terrible way to do it. Okay, and then same thing. I didn't want to select using that method. There we go. Okay. I did break this just a little bit. Oop. All right. Grab the correct color. Cool. All right. So these need to be fixed as well. So you know what? I can just smudge those and it'll fix it. Aha. All right. Sweet. So I'm not necessarily 100% about that change. Yeah, I think something is necessary because the background can be kind of like a light gray. I do worry about that contrast working. I'm honestly thinking that like a little bit of a glow behind it isn't a bad idea though. Okay. Almost like there's just kind of light looming off of it. You know, that is excusable. Be like, no, it's just catching the light. You know? You can still see other stuff around it. That's fine. Maybe the way to go. Maybe it doesn't make as much sense for the actual banner portion, but that is kind of where the contrast kind of can disappear. Although, I could make sure that the text is the thing that's contrasting on the banner. Also, I think these ribbon, or these lines might need to kind of shift a little bit more. Make sure that there is enough of a kind of difference between these and the edge of the banner. So they're starting to bleed together a bit when I zoomed out to the original size. Just going to give a little bit more breathing room for them. Yeah, that definitely reads better now. This needs to come out. Cool. Yeah, I like that better. All right. So yeah, I could darken the text just a little bit more behind the hunter's horn. Really saturate that. Maybe. Again, I'm not sold on this text anyways, so that might be up for change. Yeah, I don't know. The glow behind might help. I think I can make that even more subtle, which is a good thing. I do feel like just this kind of like very shaped glow feels a bit kind of unnatural. So just kind of softening that out, blending it out a bit. So it's barely even there. Kind of hard to tell that there was even a glow there is probably a good thing. All right. Well, what do we think? Just join back in. Is the text going to curve like the bottom of the fabric? I do want to do that. It's just unfortunately Clip Studio doesn't really have good text deformation tools. I could just do that really quick as an example, just so that we know what that looks like, because that could change the whole look, right? So if I duplicate this, and then I rasterize it, rasterize, that just kind of makes it the pixel information instead of text information, and now I can go in and use like the liquify tool on it. Oh, interesting. Apparently my liquify tool itself is gigantic. Oh wait, it unrasterized because I undid too much. There we go. Okay. I feel like I probably messed up some of that blending I was doing earlier. Alright, so I want this version. I'd say I think a wider text might be nice for it anyways. Yeah, because the curve is like more subtle now, unfortunately it was just too long. Like it touched the very edge of the button kind of frame there, and that just did not work. So yeah, had to be adjusted. Because yeah, the other kind of more angled one would have worked even better for this effect. But we can push it just a little bit anyways. Let's see what that looks like. Hunter's horn. That's not much, but it is just a little bit more kind of unique. I had to manually do that, whereas Photoshop actually has like draw the text on this curve kind of thing. Maybe there's a way to do it in Clip Studio. I just haven't figured it out though. So I feel like the horn itself could have a little bit more bright contrast on the top edge just to help pop it even more. So I do want to really sell that contrast a bit stronger. Right? Let's do another layer just in case we change our mind. And I'm going to hide the banner again just so that I make sure to hit all of it. And we're using our main brush. Now let's just see what happens if we go like pure white, which is a lot. If this were just kind of like an item illustration, I don't think I would push that to that level. But it does punch a little harder, so that might be good. Interesting. It's that much better, eh? That's good. I'm glad. It is important that it is an improvement. And I mean, if you look at just how good that looks, this does look a lot gooder. So I think we're successful there. I think the text maybe does need to be rethought a little bit. The banner, I'm worried about it not feeling right for people. That does feel like quite a departure. The backdrop is a curious one. It is a curious one. Like, I almost want to give it like that kind of a backdrop so that it's even more just kind of, wow, Wow, look at you. You know, I want it to pop out. I don't remember where I did this for. Why that was there. It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know. What do we think? Knock this down there so it's behind the buttons. Magic. I mean, it does really kind of like pop it out, right? So it's not a bad thing. We can kind of like make that make sense and make that feel good. Like, it looks kind of nice, and it's a really old bad asset there. And like, if the horn was animating on top of that, and that just kind of had like a little bit of like, kind of cool. Definitely feels a lot more magical. I don't know. It's got the purple. That's important too. Can't deny that. All right. Well, what do we think? I'm thinking that streaming has kind of like sapped me of my faculties, as it tends to. Not a problem. I think I always get a lot done, but at the end, I'm always kind of like a little bit like scatterbrained, I guess. So I don't want to make decisions around this right now. But having turned that on, seeing the new illustration, I'm kind of like, there's something there, isn't there? Like, that kind of does something. So it's something to talk to the team about, see what they think. I want there to be that like really kind of like obvious, I'm ready, you know, come and sound me. I dig this kind of like more saturated, more metallic feeling, like nice warm brass going on in there. That feels better. Banner, I might play around with that. I'm not 100% on it yet. I think that having it separated out will allow for like really good animation potential. And I'm going to be working with Andrew probably next week to see what we can do. I like that kind of like sheared bottom where we can kind of create a potential wave. You know what? Actually, I mentioned I wanted to try this. I don't know how well it will go, but I'm actually a little tempted before I go. Yeah, the softer magic for sure. I think it doesn't need to overwrite the horn, right? So it's kind of like white between it, kind of knocks it back. You can even knock that back further. But yeah, I kind of want to try a little bit of just kind of hand animation, see what happens. Mess around. See if I can remember how to do this. So, just for funsies, I'm going to save. And I think right now I'm kind of like at a state with the rendering of the horn that I'm like, all right, I'm thinking I'm gonna sit on this and come back on Monday with fresh eyes. And that's the nice thing about doing Feedback Friday is like I have the weekend to return to it to kind of like re-look at it, think about it again. Haven't done this, flipping it, that's important. The text is too far forward. Who knew? I didn't. I did not realize. Does that actually change everything? It could. How interesting. How do you like that? That text is like way forward. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we can balance that better actually now that I'm looking at it. This can kind of come snugger against the horn. It does look good though. I do like that doot doot. That doot doot looks nice. So that's good. That's good. The flip, I can't believe I didn't think of flipping. But yeah, like the shape of this banner, I actually have a better idea of how to kind of make that sit more snug. Right now I'm kind of flanging it out as if it's on this kind of wide portion here. However, it should be more narrow there. That would look better. It would make more sense. So let's just kind of crack that out there. Yeah, it's so thick looking at this point, isn't it? It's so interesting. Really doesn't need to be. Yeah, flipping it. I can't believe I didn't do that. That's like my main trick, to flip it. Flips real good. Yeah, and then I think even just kind of cleaning that out would be good for it. I'll say I kind of like the idea that like this other kind of color is just barely on the edge here. It's as if it's like the lining for it. It'll help create a point of contrast for sure, but you just don't want it distracting anything, to be honest. Cool. Okay, so this can actually narrow even more. Maybe? Yay, and you can go darker and I actually think that I don't want that to be kind of right on the edge. Maybe, or maybe I do. I think I would have to add it over here if I did. It's like it would be right here. Maybe is a bit much. Right? Feels like this would need to come back a bit to leave enough room. But I mean, look at how wide that is compared to this. It's already unbalanced. It actually doesn't feel that bad. And then if I kind of like give this some color, it's like, oh, that is the trim. That is supposed to have some color, isn't it? Right. So that works. Cool. I actually think that was a good thing. Saving. Yeah, right side too close to the bottom. I think you might be right. I think it is. And it's like, I want to just bump the horn up, but I also don't want it to kind of like interfere with that text there. Let's kind of looking at, oh, and interestingly enough, the text actually is shifted further away, so that's maybe not terrible to move if we needed to make more room, which one of the things is we're kind of changing the frame. So I actually think it would be a good thing to move it. So like, let me show you what I mean. Well, I guess you can see it right here. This frame. It's kind of encroaching up on the horn there. So if we just move the text to where it should be, maybe that's enough. Now, the question is like, is this text only accurate to certain browsers? You know? Wait the blow for a second. Yeah, it's like, I feel like if we really want to, we could do that, you know? And then it's kind of, maybe that, maybe that. I don't know. I don't think it would be hard and a bad idea at all to just kind of like pull up the very kind of tips of the banner, though. I do think that although that kind of curve is neat and interesting, like maybe it was just a bit much to kind of fit. I didn't really think about kind of like the buttons and the interactions with kind of the size of the horn, so I do need to kind of make sure that those are tightened up. I'm going to move the horn back to where it naturally rests, just so we don't have to battle with that later. I think we might decide to move it, but like ultimately I want enough breathing room around it anyways. So I think I do need to pull that banner up. I don't want it to take so much space. So yeah, all right. I am gonna save. All right, so okay, I was kind of thinking like, yeah, I could do a little animation. I'm wondering if that is a good idea or not. Let's see what we can do. I don't know. Why not? All right. I keep being like, I'm kind of tired. Maybe that won't bother. And now I'm like, oh, but it could be fun though. Like I just want to see what it could be really quick, and I want Stream to kind of like be a part of this to see if you have any ideas, right? So let's just really, really loosely just kind of block in the horn. Right? That's definitely the horn, yep. Just as I remember it. Perfect and beautiful. You glorious beast, you. I'm gonna combine all that to the horn folder. Horton. Banner. Alright, so if I turn those off. And we can go to frame 2. Now, there is a way to turn on onion skin. I need to remember how to do that. Animation, light table. No, not that one. Show animation of cells. Onion skin settings. There we go. Let's show 2 previous cells. Okay. Now, there we go. Okay. So, how do we want to animate this? I'm just going to add all 10 frames. I believe technically the actual animation lasts 20 frames because it's like the first 10 frames on loop, right? But the final frame will have kind of returned to the original state almost. So if this becomes 10, and there we go. Okay. So if we look at the original animation at frame 3, it stretches out the furthest, and then pulls back. Notes come floating out. That's all right. I think what could work better is if on like the second frame, it actually like squashes in a bit. So we'll keep like the actual spout kind of in the same place, but we're gonna kind of pull this all in. Right? And just kind of let it kind of like squish up a little bit more. So it kind of squashes. As it squashes, it kind of like gets a little bit thicker, just a smidge. This, because it's kind of like a dangling thing, it can kind of shear a bit, right? So this will kind of, the bottom will be where it originally was. Now, again, I am not an animator at all, so we'll see how this works. This is, again, because I like to do weird things I am uncomfortable with on stream, like learning how to animate. Yeah, just kind of, that's why I'm like, no, I want to try this. Where I can look like a dummy who knows nothing. Because it's interesting, and I don't always challenge myself with things. So then the next frame, it would, like, we could pause it at this kind of like readied state and have the banner kind of like come to rest almost where it is. Right? And again, this is just like an example to be like, all right, Andrew, this is kind of like the idea of the animation, right? We don't need to make it like exactly this. This is just kind of like the concept for it. What a beautiful, perfect shape for a horn. Okay, so it's going to have different timing than the original, which might feel really weird. So if you're really used to the original, which you probably are, it's going to look odd. Okay, so then the next frame, it would be like further than the first, right? And the first is out here, so we want it to kind of like stretch out, right? And now it kind of like really kind of stretches it out. It's probably going to look ridiculous because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I can keep the bottom of the banner where it is right now. We'll move the top of it to be relative. That goes like way over here. Maybe. I don't know if I like the pause frame so much. Okay, but we'll bring this back a smidge for the next frame. Kind of going back to a natural, normal state for the horn. This is also where the notes can come spilling out or beginning to release. So here's another idea. Like, you literally see the notes floating out of the horn. If you were to hunt in a vacuum, maybe that's actually just launching these physical things out, or ethereal things, or whatever. Like, that'd be kind of fun. Those are notes. Sure. Good work, Jacob. Of course they are. Just kind of ease that movement even more as it kind of comes back to rest. definitely an animator. Yeah, that's maybe more a note-ish looking thing. I don't know what notes look like. Do you think I can read music? I cannot. Fair. Gotta say, animating is actually a fun thing to do. I'm just not very experienced with it, but when I've kind of messed around, it's actually pretty enjoyable to do. I should probably mess around with it more. It's a neat thing. Quite neat. Yeah, so this needs to return to an equilibrium. So the banner isn't quite where it needs to be yet. So I feel like first banner, when it pulls back, I just want it to kind of scrunch up more here. Right. And then, like, when it does its power doot, it, like, actually squeezes it in more. Like, slides in a few frames before it kind of slides back out. It'll be fun. Because yeah, ultimately, it needs to come back to this kind of state right near the end. So this one can be, because it's going to loop, right? So this needs to be just about back to the very beginning state. So this ribbon can just be off just a smidge. Right? It's thinking. Okay. But otherwise, the notes have all but disappeared, kind of thing. Okay. So then I need this one to be the in-between of these, which is good. And these will kind of start to fade out, right? Cool. Alright. That's just about there. Seems like an aggressive shift here. So I need to probably fix something in the previous frame. Seems like a sudden jarring movement. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe on the money. Okay. A few frames of rest will be nice. And so this is just about fully faded out. Final frame. Alright, so let's change the onion skin settings to just be one frame. You know what, this needs to kind of like snap forward here. Okay, let's see how ridiculous this looks. I should probably set the timing on this to not be quite as bad as it is. How do I do that? Animation. Change frame rate. Yeah, let's go 8 frames a second. Nice and speedy. Blur, 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 blur. Not the greatest, but you can see the idea of kind of like the banner kind of lagging behind, and there's a little more anticipation of how the horn kind of like pulls back before it bursts out. You get a little more kind of oomph to it. So that's kind of, it's not the worst. It's got a little more vitality to it. I think I would actually like that banner to kind of slide up and kind of like squish a bit more. I think that's kind of fun, actually. It's very silly, but I honestly think if we break this down together, like Andrew and me, we might actually be able to figure out how to make that animation exist. Maybe. Like if we broke the banner portion into kind of slices that are vertical, and we just kind of squash them and skew them just right, so they still line up. And then the horn itself, if it like initially squashes back and just kind of widens, and then stretches and like squeezes a little bit. That might work. The issue of kind of like how the banner overlays is a thing. We can probably figure out how to do that. Maybe it will require sandwiching layers, having the banner be behind and in front of the horn. That would certainly avoid any kind of like future challenges of like not letting the banner line up cleanly. Like if I do kind of just make it where it's like, nope, there's a front and back to each banner, that could help quite a bit actually. It's probably not overly complicated to do that. The actual notes, technically I could create a kind of like front edge of the inside of the horn so that there's a layer between kind of like the back inside and the front outside so that we can kind of like have those notes come out of it where it's kind of like, yeah, there's a few things to figure out with this. Few things. Thanks, Dan. I think for like someone who does not animate, it kind of gives a little bit of something. Like it snaps back into position way too aggressively. Although I guess that's my anticipation squash. It's like really just like like it's very very trying hard to just get that noise out there. But it's fun. I definitely like the ribbon, the tassel, kind of the banner just kind of like legging as that secondary animation. I really do like that. And I actually think that's not too difficult to do. So that'll be fun. Even if we have the horn just be like, having that kind of like swaying, I think really does actually work well. So, hey, I animated on stream live. Why not? It's a little bit crunchy, but you know, I did not expect the sample animation to be anything more than this. So honestly, I think it does give a concept to Andrew when he kind of like tries to recreate some kind of animation. So this gives him at least something to work towards. We'll probably workshop this to make it a little bit nicer. I think the first frame could actually be just a little bit more kind of like smushed in. Oop, not that. That might smooth it out when we do the full. Yeah. Because like it's going to be sitting there static. The moment you click it, that's when it kind of like. So yeah, that would be better. It's interesting. And that'd be fun if like I do actually have it be 20 frames long and it can have a little variation. The notes themselves can be like different for both kind of like blasts, right? But the original always has that two kind of toot out the newt. Double toot out the newt is important for kind of keeping it original to its true to form. What am I doing? I don't know. This is fun though. I think that works. I definitely like that ribbon. Like that banner does feel really nice. So I definitely, if anything, that's the animation I want to get in there. I'm pretty sure that we can figure out how to do that. I hope. But yeah. All right. Well, I think that is actually going to be a wrap then for today. I did a decent amount on it. I'm not unhappy with what I've accomplished. Let's bring back the actual render of it to see kind of like, oh right, it does look nice. So we can appreciate that. But yeah, I think that's going to be the wrap for today. So I'm going to pop the Larry link in the chat again, and I appreciate you. Thank you for coming and hanging out, saying hello, just lurking and watching. being a part of the history of recreating the Hunter's Horn. When you do see it in game, it might look slightly different from this. That's probably a good thing. It is certainly going to go through some kind of rigorous kind of, does everyone like this? I obviously will not be able to please every single person out there. So I'm doing my best with it. I hope people like the direction it's going in. If we pull up the OG, it certainly is different. I think there are things to kind of like improve on the current update, and I will get to that, but with fresh eyes, that is a key. So I'll take a look early next week. I'll be harassing Andrew, and we're going to try and bring this to life, and it should be fun. But until next time, it should be Dave next week. If not, I'll see you then. But I'll see you again soon. And thank you again, everyone, for stopping by. And I hope that you are safe. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I shall see you again soon. Happy hunting, everyone. And yeah, I'll catch you later. Bye for now.